Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Genius Deku Trained by Nedzu. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. Midoriya Izuku morosely walked away from the building All Might had dropped him off on, the hero's words repeating in his head. Every now and then, the cruel suicide dare of his former friend turned bully Bakugo Katsuki joined with them. What was he supposed to do now? Did he have any purpose at all? All Might had suggested that he try out for the police, but to be honest, the way that the hero phrased his suggestion made it sound like a consolation prize at best, outright admitting that people didn't respect them. From what Izuku could tell, police nowadays simply cleaned up after heroes, and the idea didn't really appeal to Izuku at all. Without realizing it, Izuku was walking towards some explosions that he had heard from the top of the building earlier. Perhaps had he kept walking, following the crowd of people drawn by the chaos, he would have come across Bakugo struggling with the sludge villain that had attacked Izuku earlier, and run to save his bully, impressing the spectating All Might and changing the hero's mind. Here though, another cry got Izuku's attention. He turned his head and looked down an alleyway, where a fox was crying out. Izuku was concerned about approaching a wild animal, but he also couldn't ignore the animal's pain. He walked towards it cautiously. "Hey, it's all right, I'm not going to hurt you." The fox had gotten tangled in some kind of netting, and had gotten its neck tangled in it, which had in turn gotten tangled with other assorted junk it must have been scavenging in. Izuku took in the situation. The netting was tightening around the fox's neck, and it didn't seem as if anyone else was paying attention to the animal's distress in favor of whatever was causing the explosions. He couldn't just leave it here. Yes, it might bite him, but if he could take Bakugo's explosions, he could risk this to help someone, or at least something in need. Hold still. Izuku carefully held the back of the fox's head, trying to rub it in a reassuring way while he held it still to get his scissors. Thankfully, the fox calmed down and held still, letting Izuku clip the netting around the fox's neck. The instant it was free, the fox darted out of Izuku's grasp, making him jump. It stopped a distance away from Izuku, looking back at him, no worse for wear, fortunately, before darting down the alley out of sight. Izuku sighed and stood up, glad that he was able to help the fox. He heard explosions further down the street. Had he been wandering towards a villain attack subconsciously, even after what All Might had told him? His leg twitched again, wanting to head towards the explosions, only for Izuku to hear All Might's discouragement again. This time though, he thought about the fox. Had he kept on wandering towards the villain attack, he would have ignored the fox in pain. Again, Izuku reminded himself that there wasn't anything he could do about a situation like this. But this time though, he realized that there were ways he could still help, even if it wasn't in heroism. It wasn't as if Izuku wasn't still sad. You don't chase a dream for 10 years under constant fire from bullies and have it finally killed by your idol and just get over it, but at least for once, he didn't feel useless. There wasn't a point in heading towards the explosions. Izuku turned around and headed the other way. Maybe he couldn't be a hero, but he knew he could at least do something, even if it was small. Izuku rescinded his application to UA's hero course, but reapplied for their general education department. For the next 10 months, he dedicated himself to his studies. Even if he wasn't sure about what he wanted to do with his life, UA was still one of the top schools in the world, and a degree there could be helpful in whatever he decided that he did want to do. Bakugo and the other students didn't stop bullying him when they found this out, thanks to his homeroom teacher blurting it out to everyone again. Wasn't sharing personal information like that illegal? You'd think that giving up on his dream would have made Bakugo back off, but apparently having to be rescued by the new hero MT lady from a villain attack had hurt his ego again, which led to him taking his frustrations out on Izuku. Surprisingly, Izuku's mother Inko was the one most bothered when he told her that he didn't want to apply to the hero course anymore. She seemed to blame herself for not supporting Izuku. Perhaps that was still a little upsetting, but Izuku did his best to comfort his mother, and she promised to support him with whatever he tried to do with his life. 10 months passed. Izuku went to the entrance exams at UA. Bakugo shoved his way past Izuku, and Izuku found himself grateful that whatever happened, he wouldn't be in the same class with his bully anymore. He took a step and tripped, only to be saved by a brown-haired girl with a gravity quirk. She seemed nice, and Izuku hoped that she'd get into the hero course. Part of him couldn't help but to still feel jealous of her and Bakugo though. He shook his head and moved on. It would be better to focus on learning how to help how he could. A week later, Izuku got a letter from UA. "We'd like to congratulate you and offer you a position in our general education course." He did it. He got into UA. His mom sobbed in joy. He could move forward. On the last day of school, the principal called Bakugo and Izuku up to his office and congratulated the two. Izuku wondered if the man was being condescending, but he decided to just accept it. Soon, he was able to step out of Aldra and not look back. It was hard not to be scared going into UA. Years of bullying and prejudice don't simply vanish, and Izuku didn't know how the other students felt about quirkless people. He couldn't afford to let this bog him down. He tried to enter the school with his head held high. His homeroom was 1C, with Yamada Hizashi as his homeroom teacher, aka the pro-hero present mic. Izuku could barely restrain his inner fanboy and immediately ask for the hero's autograph on the first day. Would that be awkward? Would it be better to wait for later on in the year to ask, or would that just make it more awkward since he'd already been there and could have asked earlier? He ended up not asking. It eventually got out that he was quirkless after a few days. While Izuku could tell that it changed how the other students looked at him, it wasn't anywhere near the violent, caustic way that the Aldra students acted. At worst, he had to experience a few sneers, a few people who didn't want to talk to him. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't really know how to make friends in this environment. It wasn't exactly an option available for the past 10 years. It also didn't help that Izuku was still struggling to curb his creepier tendencies like his mumbling. However, there were a few nicer students, like Togai Chikuchi, who became 1CS class representative, who let Izuku sit at her table at lunch, and the girl who saved Izuku from tripping at the entrance exam, whom Izuku learned was named Uraraka Ochako. He felt bad that she of all people couldn't get into the hero course, but she was determined to try to get in through the upcoming sports festival, and Izuku wished her the best of luck. He even managed to have an actual conversation with her and learn her name. Quite a few of 1CS students wanted to get into the hero course as well, but none as much as Uraraka or another student named Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku thought his brainwashing quirk was really cool, but Shinso wasn't exactly the most sociable, making it pretty clear that he didn't want to be in 1C. After the first few days at UA, he felt happier than he ever had in school. He had pro-heroes for teachers. People were nice to him. Even his grades were doing well. He couldn't help but still feel uncomfortable though at the fact that he was the only student in his class without a quirk or a plan for the future. Uraraka and Shinso wanted to be heroes, Togaik wanted to be a botanist, and others wanted to be doctors, teachers, or scientists. What was he supposed to do with his life though to show that he wasn't worthless? The press had hounded the students trying to get into UA about having All Might as a teacher, but as a Gen Ed student, Izuku had only seen him appear to give a brief greeting to UA at the orientation. Considering what their last conversation was like, Izuku had mixed feelings about the hero. He still admired All Might as the hero who had saved countless lives and ushered in an era of peace, but having his dream rejected, even if Izuku had himself given up on it, hurt. However, seeing the hero without his smile as he walked up to the podium for the memorial service of Azuitsuyu and Mongoose Habuko, Izuku felt nothing but pity for All Might. I was supposed to be there for young Azui and young Mongoose. However, I failed in my duty as a hero and as their teacher, and because of my absence, these two, who should have had bright futures inspiring others, have died because of my negligence. I cannot apologize for this enough to their family, their friends, and to this school, but I promise as the symbol of peace to bring those responsible to justice. All Might bowed to the students and staff seated in front of him. It pained Izuku though that the two girls' families were too distraught to properly register the hero's words. The remaining members of Class 1A, who had been caught up in the attack at the USJ, were likewise shaken, particularly the four remaining girls of the class, who despite only knowing Mongoose and Azui for less than a week, were weeping at the loss of their friends. Izuku remembered what All Might had said to him about the dangers of heroism. However, these were teenagers, kids his age. They shouldn't have had to have dealt with dangers like this yet. Izuku wished that there was something he could do. After the memorial had ended, Izuku happened to notice Sir Night Eye, All Might's former sidekick, talking to the hero along with a muscular blonde upperclassman. It wasn't Izuku's business though, and he left before All Might could notice him. Hey, was that kid at the sports festival? Izuku blinked, not sure if the man on the train was talking about him. I mean, that's a UA uniform, but I don't know if I recognize him. Maybe he was with one of the non-hero courses. Izuku tried to focus on the article he was reading on his phone. Several of his classmates had mentioned that they were worried about something like this. People dismissing their class in favor of the hero courses, especially one. Quite a few were still angry at Present Mike for how he had seemingly dismissed them when introducing the Gen Ed courses. Well, at least he didn't have to deal with that insane explosion kid. Izuku blinked again. Were they talking about Bakugo? I know, right? What the heck was you thinking, having a narcissist like that give the student pledge, let alone put him on the winner's podium? Yeah, I don't care what they said, he was going too far against that gravity girl. You'd think that they'd have known him well enough to not make him represent the entire school. They are supposed to be training heroes, right? That kid acted more like one of the villains attacking the USJ instead of one of the students. Well, that was uncomfortable. It wasn't like Izuku could refute their arguments though. It certainly made an interesting contrast with how people talked about Bakugo in Aldra, acting as if he was the ideal hero with his quirk and personality. Izuku put it out of his mind afterwards and headed to his homeroom. There, Yamada had Uraraka and Shinso stand in front of the class. Alright listeners, I've got some good news for ya. He put his hands on Uraraka and Shinso's shoulders, making Uraraka's blush even more prominent. These two made such a huge hit at the sports festival that they've been given permission to transfer to the hero course. The class applauded and cheered for the two, making even the stoic Shinso seem embarrassed. Way to go you two! Togaik cheered. You totally rocked. I'll be right behind you next year. Uraraka and Shinso bowed to the class, Uraraka seeming a bit overwhelmed. Izuku couldn't blame her for crying a bit. Thank you guys. You've been such great friends. Let's be sure to stay in touch. That made Izuku smile. Uraraka was one of the people closest to what he could consider to be a friend. While he was fairly certain that she would be far busier than what she thought, likely too busy to hang out with the Gen Ed students, he hoped that she would spare him a kind word every now and then. Izuku was grateful for the good news, considering what he had read that morning. Apparently, the hero killer stain had struck again, attacking and crippling Ingenium. It was horrible to hear about. Ingenium was such a great hero and ran an incredible agency in Hosu. Come to think of it, Izuku thought that one of the 1A students was related to the hero. He hoped that he was doing alright. Mulling over this had led to Izuku writing out some analysis on some of Ingenium's most recently hired sidekicks, trying to imagine what the best strategy for dealing with Stain would be based off of his attack patterns and theories Izuku had about his quirk. He happened to be writing on the opposite page of some notes that he had on Present Mic when the real hero suddenly appeared in front of his desk. Hey little listener, how's it hanging? Izuku jumped, nearly slamming his notebook shut in instinct. Oh, sorry Midoriya, didn't mean to scare ya. Yamada held his hands up in a gesture of peace. It's alright, Yamada-sensei. Did you need something? Well, I was just wondering how you were doing, kid. Uraraka was one of the people you hung out with the most. You alright with her gone? Izuku smiled, a touch sad, but sincere. I'm fine. I'm really happy for Uraraka and Shinso. Yamada flashed Izuku a smile, relaxing a bit. That's good to hear, Midoriya. His gaze went down to Izuku's notebook, where he happened to notice some of the analysis and drawing Izuku had on Present Mic, albeit upside down. Hey, what have you got here? Who's this handsome devil? Izuku chuckled some, which was helpful as his teacher seeing Izuku's analysis on him was beyond embarrassing. I sometimes like to write about heroes and their quirks. I'm sorry if it's a little creepy. Yamada stared at the book for a moment. Mind if I take a look? Huh. Your analysis, mind if I take a look? I could autograph it, he suggested. Izuku's inner fanboy finally overcame his awkwardness, and he handed Yamada his book. His teacher started reading through the analysis, snorting once, and making Izuku horrified as he realized he had included a note in there earlier suggesting that Yamada's hairstyle might help make him more aerodynamic. As Yamada read further though, his expressions changed from joking to contemplative. "Using my quirk to create lift, huh?" he asked, looking at Izuku over his glasses. "I never thought about that. I'll have to talk to Powerloader to see if he can upgrade my costume to act as a flight suit. This is pretty interesting stuff, Midoriya." Izuku blushed, embarrassed and proud. No one had asked to look at his analysis before, let alone compliment it. He was pretty sure that Yamada was just saying this to make him feel better, thinking that he might be lonely without Uraraka, but it was still a nice sentiment to hear. Yamada looked further into the notebook, his brow furrowed. When he looked up, for a brief moment, he looked uneasy. "Say, Midoriya, do you have any idea of what you want to do with your life?" Izuku deflated at the question. "No, not really. I mean, I wanted to be a hero growing up, but I don't have a quirk. I started writing analysis like that to try to compensate, but last year, I met a hero who told me that I should try to keep my dreams realistic." Izuku was looking down at his desk as he spoke. If he had looked up though, he might have noticed the look of shock and offense on his teacher's face. Yamada chewed his lip for a moment before asking a question. "Would you mind if I showed this to someone?" Izuku went through the rest of his day not thinking much about his encounter with Yamada beyond the pleasure of getting his analysis autographed. However, as his homeroom was letting out for the day, Yamada stopped him again. "Say, listener, would you be interested at all in an internship?" For a week after the sports festival had concluded, most students would go on internships. This was primarily for the purpose of hero students, getting the chance to work with pro heroes and gain experience in the field or in running an agency. Support course and management students had their own internships, working with companies and learning how to handle their future trades. General education was slightly different though. Being a catch-all for high school education, there wasn't an easy way to arrange for internships for students with so many different possible interests, if said students even wanted to do an internship at all. Indeed, most of Izuku's classmates chose to simply take the internship week off. To be honest, Izuku had planned to do the same, albeit using that time to look up potential careers, and perhaps even see if he could visit the businesses of interest. However, the offer that Yamada had provided for him was one that he could never pass up. Am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? Who cares? What matters is, I'm the principal that you're doing your internship with. Izuku stood, flabbergasted at his fortunes. He was standing in the office of Principal Nedzu, arguably one of the smartest beings on the planet, and he had offered Izuku an internship as a means of expanding his analysis abilities. "Thank you, sir." Izuku squeaked, bowing respectfully. "I promise I will do my best." "I'm sure you will." The white, rodent-like principal chuckled and gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Once Izuku had taken his seat, Nedzu leaned forward, a slightly manic glint in his eyes. "Now then, I was quite impressed with the analysis President Mike showed me. Let's see what we can do to cultivate this talent of yours." Izuku still couldn't believe that someone like Nedzu saw something in him, but for the next few days, he probably had more fun than he had ever had in his life. Nedzu had Izuku go over footage of the various performances in the sports festivals and find ways to improve the various students' quirks, or to imagine different scenarios that their quirks or equipment could be applied to. Rather than tell him off for rambling, Nedzu encouraged it, catching on to random details in Izuku's analysis and simply talking about it for hours. Besides that, Nedzu had Izuku take higher lessons in computer science, teaching him how to better access, compile, and analyze information. He started to teach Izuku how to read the behaviors of different people and apply that to his analysis, how to read heroes and villains and analyze it in the same way that he analyzed their quirks and equipment. A lot of time though was spent simply talking about random subjects or playing chess. Izuku still lost, but he could feel himself improve. Nedzu praised his skills, and it was simply fun to do. At some points, Izuku wondered if Nedzu was doing this as much because he found it fun as he did to teach Izuku. The last time Izuku felt this way was when he helped that fox after All Might crushed his dream, but here, that feeling was magnified. Nedzu was actually encouraging him in his talents and interests, showing him different ways that his mind could be used. For once in his life, Izuku didn't care that he didn't have a quirk. He was finding a way to help people all on his own. There was something very wrong with having two memorials in the span of the same month. Ida's memorial somehow felt grimmer though to Izuku, considering the whispering of his classmates, speaking in a manner that they wouldn't have dared from Mongoose and Azui. What the heck was he thinking? Stain crippled his brother, and he thought he could take him on? He just went to Hosu to try to commit murder himself. You can't say that he wasn't asking for it. It had been revealed the day after the Hosu attack that Ida Tenya, the younger brother of Ingenium, had abandoned his mentor during the attack to track down Stain, who inevitably killed him along with several heroes before being savagely burned by Endeavor. Izuku would have thought that Ida's death wouldn't have affected UA as badly as the USJ attack, considering how he had acted of his own initiative and outside the supervision of the teachers, but the conversations and media that Izuku had been hearing painted a different story. Ingenium's attack had been well known, and UA had been criticized harshly for allowing Ida to intern in Hosu in the first place, considering how obvious his plans were. Despite Yamada's attempts to maintain his usual exuberance in class, Izuku could notice the bags under his eyes when he came close, along with the other teachers in the school. Izuku hoped that this would be the worst thing to happen this year, if only to give everyone a break. About a week after Hosu, Yamada told Izuku that Nedzu wanted to see him again if he was available. He wants to see me? But the internships are over, aren't they? Yamada grinned. It was a nice expression for Izuku to see on his teacher's face after the past few weeks. What can I say, listener? You managed to impress the principal. I don't know whether I should be proud or terrified, but good on you anyway. Izuku would have understood if Nedzu had decided to cancel their analysis sessions considering the stress that the school was being put under. The crowd of reporters had been joined by a small, but vocal crowd of protesters shouting about how unsafe and negligent UA had become, but he was certainly grateful for them. Strangely, as Izuku got to know Nedzu better, he began to wonder if the principal saw these sessions as a way to relax as much as Izuku did. He always seemed cheerful whenever the two could meet, and took whatever time he could to do so unless something came up. As the end of the semester started to approach, Nedzu gave Izuku an assignment. As a means of aiding the hero students, Izuku would be allowed to review footage of their practice and attempt to provide them with helpful analysis. 2 weeks before midterms, Izuku got to meet with the representatives of the hero classes, starting with Yaoyorozu Momo and Shoji Mizo, the black-haired heiress and the tall and broad heteromorph meeting him in the 1C classroom during a free PRD. Being expected to help out the hero course, Izuku was understandably flustered. Thank you for meeting with me. I'll try not to take up too much of your time and see what I can do to help you. Yaoyorozu raised her hand to interrupt Izuku. Midoriya, you are the one doing us a favor. Any help you can give us is appreciated. We need whatever advantage we can get. Izuku stopped stammering. Perhaps it was from Nedzu's lessons on reading people, but both Yaoyorozu and Shoji, despite appearing calm and professional, seemed stressed, the slightest bit twitchy and needing some rest. With what their class had been through, it made sense, and Izuku resolved to do whatever he could for them. He cleared his throat and brought out the notebook he had been writing in to analyze the hero students, opening it to Yaoyorozu's page. Alright, Yaoyorozu, your quirk, creation, allows you to create any non-living structure. I'm assuming as long as your body has enough fuel to form it, correct? It might be one of the most versatile and powerful quirks I've ever seen. Yaoyorozu smiled at the praise and nodded. However, I noticed from your fight against Tokoyami in the sports festival that your main weakness is that you need time to prepare your creations, which can be difficult if you are caught off guard. Yaoyorozu's head drooped, the weight of the defeat still weighing on her. Was Izuku being too insensitive? He had unfortunately heard some of his classmates criticizing the heiress after her bout in the festival, criticisms which had only gotten worse after her internship with Iwabami. I'm sorry if I'm being too critical. No, you're correct. Yaoyorozu lifted her head back up, getting a hold of herself. Please go on. I need to hear this. Izuku swallowed, trying to think of a way to better frame his analysis. If Yaoyorozu was dealing with confidence issues, then he would need to try to help her with them as well. Well, I was thinking that maybe you could start carrying more equipment pre-made for you. That way, you wouldn't need to worry about taking the time in the field when an emergency comes up. He handed Yaoyorozu a copy of his analysis on her, and pointed to a list of suggestions. I understand if you don't want to overload yourself, but if you carried just a few small items meant to handle general situations, it could help keep you from overthinking intense scenarios. Maybe carry around a flashlight, a Swiss Army knife, and a simple weapon like a baton or a collapsible bow staff. Or perhaps combine those items further. Have a flashlight that's big and sturdy enough to act as a club and bright enough to blind your opponents. Maybe consider talking to the support department about other equipment that could serve for other all-purpose scenarios. Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up. The flashlight would have been helpful against Tokoyami. These are some good ideas, Midoriya, thank you. Izuku grinned, happy that he was able to help, and turned to Shoji, as vice representative. Now Shoji, your quirk Dupli Arms gives you excellent sensory capabilities and makes you almost unbeatable in close quarters. I mean, most people are only ever prepared to fight against someone with 2 arms and 2 legs, so even experienced martial artists could have a hard time fighting you. Shoji rubbed the back of his head. Was he not used to this kind of praise? Izuku tried to rein it in a bit and coughed. Sorry, it's just a cool quirk. His head and went on. Considering this, I think that your most challenging opponents would try to fight you from a distance, so you might want to consider improving your capacity for long-ranged combat. What do you mean? I can already use my arms for long range. Shoji asked. He stretched out one of his arms, showing how by continuously duplicating it, he could reach a stapler on the other side of the room, a demonstration that Izuku knew about, but was still fascinated by. True, Izuku agreed once he had snapped himself out of his reverie, but there are limits to this technique, such as if you were fighting against an opponent that would be risky for you to touch, or if it takes too long for you to reach them. Shoji retracted his arm and nodded. I suppose that makes sense. What did you have in mind? Are you suggesting that I learn how to use guns? That could be a good idea for you in the long term, but considering how little time you have before your finals, that might not be immediately practical. Izuku flipped his notebook to a page not devoted to the hero students, showing pictures of equipment created by Hatsum Mei for the sports festival. I was thinking that you might want to talk to Hatsumi from the sports festival. Her net guns seem like they could be simple enough for you to use, and I'm certain that the support department has a lot of other equipment you could try out. Perhaps throwable weapons like gas bombs, or even simple ranged weapons like slingshots. Both Shoji and Yaoyorozu's sweat dropped at the picture, perhaps remembering how the manic Hatsum used Ida to advertise her equipment, making Izuku wonder if his suggestion to talk to her was insensitive. Wouldn't this be a bit much though? Do you really think I need this much equipment? Why not though? Since your quirk allows you grow multiple arms and eyes at the same time, you could use multiple pieces of equipment all at once. Izuku pointed out. This way, you could cover yourself from all angles even if your target is far away or if villains are trying to flank you. Shoji blinked, realizing the logic in Izuku's suggestion. That's actually a pretty good point. I hadn't considered that possibility before. Izuku went over a few other ideas that he had for the two before handing them copies of the analysis he had done on their classmates, agreeing for them to contact him if anyone needed more explanation. He'd rather avoid going into their class for fear of encountering Bakugo if possible. Later, he'd meet with 1BS representatives, Kendo Itsuka and Shota Nairenjiki. Izuku still had his own final exams to handle, but he wasn't too concerned. Even with Nedzu's sessions, he had quickly found himself at the top of the class, and was even asked by some of his classmates to help with tutoring. It was incredible what being in a class that didn't constantly belittle or bully him did to his self-confidence and his grades. To his delight though, Nedzu allowed Izuku to watch the hero course exams, giving him a chance to view how his suggestions were applied and possible improvements he could make. While the students were told what their exams entailed, pairing up against one of the teachers with the goal of capture or escape, Izuku was settled into a monitor room with Recovery Girl. Yaoyorozu did wonderfully despite drawing the short straw and having to do her exam without a partner, even if it felt anticlimactic for her to end it by blinding Aizawa and clubbing him over the head with a flashlight. Shoji and Hagakure were able to cooperate to overcome Snipe, Hagakure blinding him and Shoji actually managing to hold his own in a firefight. Sadly, there was only so much Izuku's analysis could do to help some of the students. While Mina and Kaminari had added gear to their costumes to allow them to spray acid over longer distances or to use their quirk more efficiently without overloading, that didn't give them the creativity or the strategic acumen that they needed to contend with the laughing mad principal. "He's going overboard again," Recovery Girl muttered next to Izuku. After Yamada had signed Izuku's notebook, he had gotten the nerve to ask the school nurse to do the same, making conversation a little bit easier. "Recovery Girl, could I ask you a question?" "Yes, dearie," she responded. "As a medical professional, you have a more unique perspective that could help me with my analysis, so I was wondering, what do you think is the biggest problem that the students and heroes are dealing with?" "As a medical professional?" Recovery Girl repeated, before jabbing her cane at Kirishima and Sato's test. "That." Izuku saw the two struggling against Cementos, trying to smash their way past his concrete barriers, only for the hero to easily recreate them. He sighed, remembering that he had added warnings in their respective analysis to avoid getting into battles of attrition. "I know what you wrote in your analysis, so those two should know better, but they have the same problem that so many other heroes have nowadays. They run to face disasters headfirst without thinking about how they could get hurt, thinking that their quirks make them invincible, or that their foolish actions make them noble." Recovery Girl ranted, turning to Bakugo and Todoroki's test against All Might. "Even when it's clear that there are smarter ways to handle problems, everyone just tries to bulldoze through it with their quirks without heed to the dangers to themselves or the people around them." Izuku grimaced, seeing Bakugo screaming and attempting to blast All Might, while Todoroki attempted to bury the hero in ice, both to no effect, or worse, causing harm to each other. Though Izuku knew that the teachers were supposed to focus on giving the students a chance to work with the time that they had, it seemed that All Might realized that the two students he was assigned to were going to hurt each other if they kept going, and knocked them out by slamming their heads together. Recovery Girl sighed, grumbling before hobbling out of the room towards the med bay. "Blasted knuckleheads." Izuku looked at All Might, who was frowning in disappointment towards the two powerhouses. Again, he thought about what All Might had said to him. In a way, this exam put the hero's words in a new light. With how Recovery Girl described it, modern heroism really did require a powerful quirk, but as she pointed out, was that really a smart way of doing things? On the last day of the semester, Izuku was eating his lunch with some of the other members of 1C when he was approached by Uraraka and Shinso. "Hey Midoriya, were you really the one to write that analysis of us?" the bubbly girl asked. Izuku stammered, caught off guard by the statement and the fact that all of his classmates were now staring at him. "Yeah. Well, it was really helpful." Uraraka bowed in gratitude. "I never realized Ginger could help me with my motion sickness. This is going to make using my quirks so much easier. I couldn't have passed the test without you." "Yeah," Shinso agreed. "The EMP grenades you got me to talk to the support department for were a huge help against Power Loader." "Oh, you're welcome." Izuku answered back, still a little flustered, made worse when Yaoyorozu and Shoji added their own thanks, followed by several other members of 1A and 1B. When they had finally finished, he felt like he was going to pass out from the rush of blood to his head, only to be tapped on the shoulder by one of his classmates from 1C, Kagaya Teo, a tan, blonde-haired boy with the quirk, Sunshine. "You doing all right, Midoriya?" I'm all right, Kagaya," Izuku answered, managing to get himself under control. "I'm just glad that I was able to help them." "What was that about anyway?" Togaik asked. "Oh, Principal Nedzu had me do some analysis on the hero students to help them with their exams." Izuku explained, only to realize that this got even more attention from the rest of the table. "What is it? Analysis? Like what you write about in those notebooks of yours?" Togai clarified. "Yes." Izuku replied, feeling awkward again. "Do you think you could do that for any of us?" Kagai asked. "I'm trying to get into the hero course myself, but there's not much I can really do with my quirk right now. Maybe it was the confidence Nedzu had been imbuing into him or the change in how people saw his analysis compared to Aldera, but Izuku's awkwardness immediately vanished as he started to break down Sunshine. Well, if you're interested, I was wondering if your quirk could power certain kinds of support equipment. Eventually, the whole table got involved in the conversation, though it went from quirks, to favorite heroes, to sciences or sports that the Gen Ed students were interested in, but still encouraging Izuku to share his take on the subjects. By the end, several of the students invited Izuku to hang out over summer break. What surprised Izuku the most out of all of this was that while his classmates seemed interested in how Izuku could help them improve their quirks, they were also just interested in him as a person, and seemed to appreciate his company. He had even been called a friend by some of them. Izuku's first semester at UA ended with him amazed at what had happened to him. He had made friends, and even students outside of his class seemed to like and respect him. The teachers were helpful and encouraging. He actually enjoyed being at school, and through Nedzu, Izuku felt as if he was finally finding his purpose, something in himself to be proud of. When Inko asked Izuku later how his semester had gone and how his exams went, she cried a flood for how proud she was of her son, and was relieved at how happy he had become. The next day Izuku was invited to hang out at the newly cleaned Dagoba beach by Togaike and the other 1C students. Later that night, Izuku got everyone's attention during a barbecue, seeing an article on his phone about All Might stopping a villain attack on Island. What was notable here though was that All Might did not defeat the villain alone, having been joined up with the winner of the third-year sports festival, Togata Mirio. Izuku was most interested in how Togata's quirk had apparently evolved over the past year, somehow incorporating increased strength that allowed him to fight on par with All Might, though his mumbling was distracted and later forgotten by a few of his female classmates fantasizing over getting Togata's phone number once the term started up again. Further into the break, Izuku woke up late at night to the sound of his mother's frightened voice talking over the phone. "Mitsuki, it's going to be all right. The heroes will find him." Izuku went into the living room where his mother was pacing, a worried expression on her face as she talked. "Mitsuki, I'm coming over there, all right? I'll be there in a few minutes." Inko hung up, shuddered, and noticed Izuku watching her. "Mom?" he asked, seeing how scared she was. "Izuku." Inko put her hands on Izuku's shoulders. "There was another villain attack at the summer camp that the hero students were training at, and Katsuki's been kidnapped. I'll get dressed." Izuku's contact with Bakugo's parents had lessened over the years ever since he started bullying Izuku, but he still saw Mitsuki as his aunt, someone as tough, if not tougher than her son. Seeing her pale and shaking, clutching one of her son's old All Might onesies was one of the most unsettling things he had ever seen. For the only time in his life that he could remember, it was Mitsuki who was falling apart while Inko was trying to comfort her. Once they had arrived, Izuku immediately set about making some tea for Mitsuki, as his mother was too preoccupied trying to reassure her friend along with the police. Things didn't improve over the next few days. The morning after, when Izuku looked up the news to find out more about the attack, he realized that this was possibly worse than the USJ. Reports were still coming in by that point, but it had been confirmed that more than half of the students were injured, some seriously and still hospitalized. Vlad King, 1BS homeroom teacher, was in critical condition. The Wild Pussycats, who were helping to train the hero students at the summer camp, were all severely injured, with one of their members, Ragdoll, kidnapped as well. Izuku and his mother stayed over at the Bakugo's house to try to help them out. While Izuku knew now that Bakugo wasn't his friend or someone to admire, he still cared for his honorary aunt and uncle, and he was worried for them. He helped Masaru prepare the meals and handle some of the other chores that needed to be done, but Mitsuki could hardly ever tear herself away from Inko out of fear for the fate of her son. 3 hero students had died in the past year from 1A. As bad as Bakugo had been to Izuku, was he going to end up like that? The press conference did not inspire confidence or hope in Izuku. The reporters tore viciously into Nedzu and Aizawa, the 1A hero course homeroom teacher, questioning them about the safety of the school considering how many students had died and UA's failures in protecting them from villains. Criticisms towards Bakugo were particularly uncomfortable with Mitsuki and Masaru in the room, as the reporters pointed out Bakugo's violent behavior at the sports festival and his internship, questioning whether the league had kidnapped him with the intention of swaying him to their side. Personally, Izuku knew that Bakugo would never join the league, if only for the fact that he would never join a group of people that he saw as losers. Despite Aizawa's attempts to defend Bakugo and his teaching methods though, Izuku wasn't encouraged. Aizawa's claim that Bakugo worked harder than anyone in his class to become the #1 hero did not sit well for Izuku. Besides being so similar to how the teachers at Aldra had talked about Bakugo, Izuku had seen how hard the other students worked, and had actually taken the time to apply Izuku's advice to try to improve themselves. He kept this to himself, but all the same he couldn't help but feel like UA was discounting the efforts of the other students and making excuses for Bakugo's behavior. Izuku didn't have long to stew over this though, as the news switched to a live report in Kamino, where the heroes were assaulting the League of Villains base. The Bakugas and Midoriyas were horrified to see that an entire warehouse district had been destroyed in a fight between All Might and some unknown villain, while Bakugo was trying to fend off attacks by a group of villains Izuku assumed to be the League. What terrified those watching though was the fact that All Might actually seemed to be struggling to fight against this masked villain, particularly as he was trying to get to Bakugo and bring him to safety. This villain attacked All Might and the surrounding area with massive shockwaves in one attack, only to grow spear-like protrusions and walk on air in the next. Is that villain using multiple quirks? Izuku asked out loud. He began to think back to his meeting with All Might, when the hero showed Izuku his weakened form as well as the injury that caused it. The power that this villain displayed, as well as the vicious ferocity that he and All Might displayed towards each other, made Izuku wonder if this was the villain responsible for inflicting such damage. This left Izuku with a particularly frightening possibility. Could All Might lose here? Bakugo was not faring any better, as he continuously tried to dodge the attacks of several villains. Just when it looked like a masked villain in a top hat was going to touch Bakugo though, a familiar blonde-haired student wearing a hero costume seemingly popped out of nowhere and knocked the villain out with a single punch, only to blitz several times through the league and knocking them away. They saw Bakugo turn and shout at Togata, only for the student to grab Bakugo around the waist and leap away from the danger, eliciting a cry of relief from Mitsuki and Masaru. With Bakugo out of harm's way, All Might was able to unleash his full power on the mysterious villain. In a fight that would be remembered for decades later, All Might defeated the villain in a massive blow that created a tornado. However, though he was standing, the fight had taken too much out of him and revealed the skinny form Izuku had seen a year ago. Though everyone was stunned at this revelation, it only took a second for Mitsuki to snap out of it as she and Masaru rushed out with the police to get to their son. Surprisingly though, Inko did not insist that she come with them and chose to take Izuku back home. As they were driving, Izuku asked her about this, thinking that his mother would want to stick with her friend. "I came here to help my friend, Izuku. Now that we know that Katsuki is going to be alright, I don't think she needs my help anymore," she explained, but gripped the steering wheel a bit harder. "Also, I wouldn't want to make you be around Katsuki if you didn't want to." Izuku felt his stomach sink, but before he could try to make excuses, his mother interrupted him. "I know that you two haven't been friends for some time, even if you never told me everything that went between you, but I think that part of the reason you've been happier lately is that Katsuki's no longer in your life." Izuku didn't respond to this, and Inko didn't push him anymore, but he hoped that she knew he was grateful regardless. As they went home though, Izuku's mind drifted back to what had happened that night. The League had been defeated, but most had escaped, and All Might would soon announce his retirement. Perhaps it was because he already knew about All Might's limited time, but Izuku found it harder to celebrate All Might's victory with everyone else, as he couldn't help but think, what happens now? Midoriya Inko was not happy to hear about the dorm rooms. Izuku couldn't exactly blame her either. 3 students dead, 1 kidnapped, and multiple injured by villains did not paint UA in the same light the public once held it in. Thankfully, the fact that Izuku had been so much happier ever since he started high school and the wonderful things he had told his mother about Yamada eventually convinced her to agree with the teacher when he came by to ask that Izuku be allowed to live on the new campus dorms, part of UA's efforts to improve campus security. The 1C students attempted to make the most of their situation once they had all arrived, hosting a video game tournament and trying to keep spirits up. However, there was a clear undercurrent of nerves and resentment among many of the students. Grumbling Izuku had heard towards 1A ever since Bakugu's pledge at the sports festival had grown more noticeable, and Togaike along with some of the more responsibly minded students were more stringent on following security measures and curfews, the unsaid reason being a fear that they would eventually be caught up in one of 1A's villain attacks. A few of their classmates hadn't even shown up, their parents deciding to pull them from UA altogether. Much to Izuku's relief, Nedzu called him to the principal's office to continue their sessions before the semester could truly begin. Izuku could use the distraction, and the more time he spent with Nedzu, the more he suspected that the principal could too. While he maintained his constantly cheery demeanor, Izuku noticed the principal's tics become more pronounced, namely the growing smell of tobacco coming from the chimera. Thankfully, Nedzu seemed to enjoy their sessions as much as Izuku did, whether they were talking about quirks, playing chess, or sampling random cheeses. Izuku ended up developing a taste for Gouda. Nedzu confided in Izuku that the first-year hero students were going to be taking their provisional license exams soon, earlier than what would be normal for them. As such, Nedzu had Izuku analyzing the hero students in their resumed training camp at school, as well as meet with some of the students one-on-one. I failed my friends at the summer camp. I allowed my darker emotions to overwhelm me, and as such lost control of Dark Shadow. Tokoyami confessed, his eyes closed as if the memory pained him. I hurt Shoji. I almost killed him. I was hoping that you might be able to aid me to prevent this from happening again. Izuku nodded at the bird-headed boy, having some understanding of what had happened. Shoji was one of many of the Hero Corps students badly injured during the summer camp attack. Izuku could still see some ugly burns on Tokoyami's skin. Izuku had visited Shoji in the hospital after Bakugu had been rescued, and found that it was only because of Recovery Girl's aid that the Dupliarm student would be able to walk again, let alone continue to work to be a hero. When Izuku had visited, Shoji reluctantly told him about what had happened to him at the summer camp. During the attack, Shoji had been skewered by the villain Moonfish, who had torn off one of his arms. While his quirk allowed Shoji to regenerate them, the sight of him getting hurt, coupled with it being midnight in the middle of a forest, had empowered Tokoyami's Dark Shadow to the point that the quirk had overwhelmed Tokoyami, causing Dark Shadow to go berserk. The rampage nearly crushed both Moonfish and Shoji, who had only just managed to withstand the assault through virtue of his own sheer strength and resilience. Izuku looked through the notes that he had on Tokoyami. His quirk, Dark Shadow, allowed Tokoyami to manipulate his shadow into a physical form. Dark Shadow was made stronger when in darkness or when Tokoyami felt particularly strong emotions, though at the cost of a loss of control. Being strong and fast enough to defeat Yayorozu and ultimately win third place in the sports festival, it was quite impressive. What was most interesting to Izuku though was the fact that Dark Shadow was one of the few examples of a sentient, or possibly even sapient quirk, able to act independently from Tokoyami. Izuku would normally be too excited to sit still to be able to work with such a unique and powerful quirk, but he realized that this was not the time to be obsessing over something like this. Tokoyami had outright told Izuku that he was considering leaving the hero course if he couldn't handle this issue. Alright, I have a few possible ideas. Izuku explained. But there's something that I need to ask first. Would it be alright for me to talk to Dark Shadow? Tokoyami blinked, surprised at the request. You wish to speak to Dark Shadow? Izuku nodded. Tokoyami hesitated, seeming reluctant, but eventually acquiesced, and allowed Dark Shadow to form. The quirk was essentially just a shadow connected to Tokoyami's stomach, sharing the silhouette of Tokoyami's bird head, though currently the quirk had a softer outline, just peering over the table between Izuku and Tokoyami warily. Dark Shadow? It's nice to finally get to talk to you. Izuku greeted. Dark Shadow though didn't respond at first, curled up like a guilty dog. It was very different from the bombastic and energetic form Izuku usually saw the quirk in. Hey! The quirk eventually said. How would you like for me to refer to you? Are you male or female, or do you not identify as a specific gender? I'm a boy like Fumi. Dark Shadow answered. Izuku wrote a small note in his analysis. Okay, Dark Shadow, first question, do you want to be a hero like Tokoyami does? Dark Shadow perked up just a bit. Yeah, I think heroes are cool and I want to be like them. Thank you. Izuku nodded. Talking to Dark Shadow in this state felt a lot like speaking to a frightened child, understandable considering what the two had been through. Tokoyami, you said that you want help better controlling Dark Shadow. Normally, I could give you some suggestions, but the problem is that Dark Shadow is his own, sapient being. I don't know if you should, or really can, think of him as something to outright control. Tokoyami frowned and bowed his head, giving Dark Shadow a guilty look, which the quirk shared. Izuku went on, it's also impractical for you personally to view Dark Shadow this way. Izuku gestured towards the quirk. He draws power from your emotions after all, and it's probably not healthy to repress them. If you're going to be a hero, you're going to be dealing with extreme situations after all. What would you suggest as an alternative then? Tokoyami asked. Well, Izuku flipped to another page. I've noticed that Dark Shadow sometimes comes out of his own volition, but you otherwise have the ability to repress him. Yes, Tokoyami answered, noting a disgruntled look from Dark Shadow. In contrast, you explained that Dark Shadow controls you when you are overwhelmed. Yes. Tokoyami again replied, with Dark Shadow this time looking guilty. Dark Shadow, when this happens, do you mean to control Tokoyami? Izuku asked the quirk. No. Dark Shadow cried out. I didn't want to go berserk at the summer camp. I just wanted to stop that creepy teeth guy. Dark Shadow seemed to curl in on himself. I didn't want to hurt Shoji, he's nice to us. He's Fumi's best friend. Tokoyami closed his eyes and frowned in shame, but also patted Dark Shadow's head. Do you? Izuku hesitated, realizing that he was going to be stepping on some toes here. Do you ever feel upset if Tokoyami isn't letting you out? Tokoyami looked at Dark Shadow, who was avoiding Tokoyami's gaze and frowning. Shadow, he spoke, this time the one seeming guilty. I admit that I dislike it when you do things that embarrass me, and I'm scared by what we did at the camp. Tokoyami looked away, ashamed, but I'm sorry for how I've been treating you lately. Perhaps I should be more considerate. Well, I have a few ideas to help you with this. Izuku suggested. I know that there might be limits on what you can do with the limits on public quirk use, but maybe you could let Dark Shadow have a bit more autonomy when he wants to come out. Even if you two have different personalities, it could improve your relationship. Tokoyami looked at Izuku quizzically. I agree that I should probably change how I perceive and treat Dark Shadow, but how would this prevent an accident from happening again? We'd need to test this, but I have a theory that if you allow Dark Shadow more control when you are calm, it could translate to Dark Shadow not overwhelming you when he is in control. Izuku explained. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow looked at each other, impressed. You speak of this almost as if a yin-yang relationship, that I cannot force my own will on Dark Shadow, but need to balance his with his own. Tokoyami mused. I cannot treat Dark Shadow as some demon that I must chain, or he could see me as no better when his power overwhelms me. He turned to Dark Shadow and bowed his head. I will endeavor to be a better host to you, Dark Shadow. Ah, Fumi, Dark Shadow cackled. Stop being so dramatic. You're my bro. I want to be a hero with you, we can't let this keep us down. Izuku nodded in affirmation. That's the idea. I believe that you too, perhaps more than anyone else in your class, need to focus on your mental and emotional health to become the best heroes possible, considering how much of your power and stability is predicated on your relationship. Maybe you too could also talk to Hound Dog, or learn meditation. That would be particularly helpful for you, Dark Shadow, since it could help you to be more mindful if you ever overwhelm Tokoyami. By the end of their session, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow left Izuku far more encouraged, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason, Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki asked to see Izuku at the same time. When they sat at the table in front of Izuku, both did not look their best. Like Yaoyorozu and Shoji, the two had noticeable bags under their eyes. They sat tensed, as if ready to jump and run at a moment's notice. It was a far cry from the usually excitable demeanor that the blonde Kaminari and the pink-skinned Ashido usually exhibited. Ashido in particular seemed close to tears. Are you too? Before Izuku could get another word out, Ashido ran around the table and threw her arms around him, sobbing into his shoulder. Ashido? Izuku sputtered, flustered and alarmed at Ashido's sudden move. Not wanting to bother the poor girl when she was clearly in distress, Izuku didn't try to stop her. Kaminari looked barely able to keep it together for his part. You saved our lives, Ashido eventually mumbled into Izuku's shirt. Excuse me? He asked. She's right, man. Kaminari choked out, his eyes red from lack of sleep or stress. We'd have died at the summer camp if it wasn't for you. Izuku blinked, confused, waiting until the two were calm enough to explain. Eventually Ashido let go of him and sat back down, a bit calmer. Do you want to talk about it? Izuku asked. Kaminari and Ashido looked at each other. Kaminari sighed. Okay, so, you know how Ashido and I failed the final exam? Izuku nodded. I can't say I blame you for that. I don't think that there were many ways you, or really anyone in your class could have handled someone like Nedzu. Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, well, we did. Everyone who failed the final had to take remedial classes during the camp, including Bakugo. Kaminari grimaced, either from the memory of the lessons themselves, or from being around a disgruntled Bakugo constantly irritated that he was expected to take those lessons in the first place. On the night of the attack, there was this test of courage thing. Ashido spoke up. We missed out on it because of the lessons. That was when the villains attacked. She winced, hugging herself. When we found out what was happening, Vlad King had us all stay in the cabin. We were supposed to be safe. Ashido shivered, her voice wavering. All of a sudden though, one of the villains, Muscular, showed up and tore the cabin apart. Izuku gasped. Muscular had been one of the villains apprehended after the summer camp attack, but the media hadn't been given a report of exactly how a villain so violent and dangerous had been apprehended. Vlad King told us to run and hide. Ashido scowled, shaking either from nerves or anger, but Bakugo ran at Muscular and got in the way. Bakugo fought Muscular? Izuku asked. He knew from his aunt and uncle that Bakugo had been hurt as a result of the attack, but he didn't have specific details. More like Bakugo jumped at him, and Muscular backhanded Bakugo through a tree. Kaminari grumbled, making Izuku wince. Vlad King tried to protect us, but Muscular just Ashido groaned and whimpered. There was blood everywhere and Muscular bent his arms out of their sockets. She grimaced and shook her head. He was going to come at the rest of us next, and Vlad King couldn't do anything to stop him, but Ashido blinked some tears out of her eyes and looked at Izuku. But I remembered one of the things you told me, that strong acids conduct electricity better, so I got Kaminari's attention. I threw some of the strongest acid I could at Muscular and made a trail towards Kaminari. It hurt Muscular, but it just made him angry. He would have killed us. But then Kaminari stuck a metal pipe into the acid and used his quirk. Hee. Kaminari laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. I might have overdone it, but it stopped him anyway. He said this, though his nose writhed as if from the memory of a bad smell and his face turned a little green. Izuku felt his own stomach turn at the thought. If Ashido had actually used her strongest acid and Kaminari had used his highest voltage, well, he knew Muscular didn't die at least. But Ashido curled up into herself again. When we tried to look for Bakugo, he was gone. One of the other villains got to him while we were distracted. We couldn't go after him with Vlad-sensei like that, and we just hid in the woods until the police came. Izuku frowned in sympathy. It hurt him to see the normally goofy students so shaken up. So, Kaminari shrugged. Yeah, you really saved us, man. We wanted to thank you for that. Izuku smiled. I'm really glad to hear that you too. I'm glad you got out safely. That's the other reason why we wanted to talk to you. Ashido rubbed her eyes on her sleeve and smiled at Izuku. We want to know if there's any more advice you could give us. Izuku grinned. I think I've got some ideas. He answered, flipping open his notebook. The provisional exams came and went, and all of the Hero Corps students apart from Bakugo and Todoroki passed. Fact though ended up being leaked to the media, who were quick to jump on Bakugo's perceived failure, and how much UA had touted him as one of their top students, who worked harder than anyone else. It seemed as if the accolades that Bakugo had obtained were ultimately coming back to harm him and UA's reputation. This was, however, only one thing that was shouted by the ever-growing mass of reporters and protesters against UA gathered in front of the school. Kagaya joked that at least now with the dorms, they didn't have to fight their way through the crowds just to get to class on time. The semester started up again. 1C started taking calculus courses, European post-quirk history, early 1900s literature, etc. In a much-needed win by UA, Togata gained a name for himself, defeating a Yazuka boss named Overhaul. A lucky photographer got a shot of the provisional hero Lemillion knocking out the monstrously mutated villain with a single blow while protecting a little horned girl. Uraraka even gained some accolades while aiding Ryukyu at the incident. This got the girls in 1C chattering again, hoping to possibly drop their number to Togata. Togaik was only barely able to corral them and the rest of the class in their efforts to prepare for the upcoming cultural festival. The girls continued to gossip and fantasize about Togata though, some of the class even suggesting hopefully with his power that he could become the next symbol of peace. 1C had gathered in their dormitory, sad, scared, and angry. They had been working for weeks to perfect their presentation, seeing the cultural festival as their time to shine after being sidelined in the sports festival. Unfortunately, it had been cancelled before they got a chance, and it seemed as if half of Izuku's classmates were pointing fingers at 1A in blame, while the other half were terrified at the fact that another villain had broken into UA, as well as the circumstances of how that villain was defeated. UA had been trying to ride on the optimism of Togata's defeat of Overhaul, hoping that it could allow the students to enjoy their school festival, despite many of the negative feelings towards 1A. However, it all came crashing down when Gentle Criminal broke into the campus, interrupting 1A's performance before they could get a chance to start. The resulting panic from another villain breaking in resulted in several injuries from visitors stampeding, teachers trying to catch the villain and his assistant, only to be made fools of by his strange quirk. In the end though, what made the festival worse was how Gentle was eventually caught, as Togata's quirk somehow mutated into releasing massive black whips. The whips caught the two criminals, albeit nearly crushing them and requiring that they be sent to the hospital before going to jail, but Togata seemed unable to control this evolution to his quirk as his whips tore through the area, including several of the other class's stands. Aguemato Tsutsaka, a boy with a black pompadour and a large chin, was one of the loudest critics. "I can't believe it, brought another villain here. Aguemato, that's not fair." Izuku tried to protect the reputation of his friends from the hero course, but was shouted down. "Oh, come on Midoriya," Aguemato argued. "This is the third time the school's been attacked, and it's always centered on them. They talked themselves up at the sports festival, but except for that bit with the Yakuza, where Uraraka was one of the people who actually did anything, they've failed every single time." "I got to admit, Midoriya," Togaik added from her seat, scooping ice cream out of a tub, "I know that you said that Yayorozu and Shoji are nice people, but it's hard for us to believe that when they keep associating with that Bakugujurke." There wasn't much of an argument Izuku could make, particularly not with morale this low. He had to admit he was upset too. As no one seemed to be able to lift their spirits, Izuku passed the time doing some research on Gentle Criminal, real name Tabita Danjuro. He was a former hero student who ended up being expelled after failing his provisional license exam too many times and accidentally injuring a hero and civilian in an act of vigilantism. From what Izuku had been able to tell from the villain's speech before everything broke into pandemonium, he wanted to make his mark in history through his crimes, but had prior to this point been satisfied with petty acts of vandalism. His actions were selfish and had led to people getting hurt, but in a twisted way, Izuku felt he could understand Tabita, thinking that he might have ended up like the villain had he not found pleasure in his new life. It was strange though, Gentle Criminal had such a powerful quirk and was skilled enough to evade many of UA's teachers. Despite the criticism towards UA, which Izuku knew was going to grow from this, Izuku knew that his teachers were powerful and skilled heroes. If he had that kind of power and skill though, how had Gentle Criminal failed in his efforts to become a hero? Were there others like him, people chasing the dream of heroism, only to fail and pushed into a life of obscurity or villainy. Endeavor's ascension as the replacement for All Might as the #1 hero wasn't met with the support that the fiery hero would have likely hoped for. The man was a legitimately talented hero, one who had solved more cases than All Might even, but he didn't have the same presence, the ability to make people feel safe simply because he was there. Some were wary of Endeavor gaining the title after what he had done to Stain, but most weren't too upset considering all of the heroes that Stain had previously killed, and it was easy to justify Endeavor's actions. That being said, Hosu certainly hadn't improved the hero's image. It had been on the minds of the public though how the new #1 hero was going to contend with the lingering threat of the League of Villains. The group had been spotted at the 8 Precepts raid, but had otherwise remained out of sight since Kamino. Eventually though, the League threw down a challenge to Endeavor in a big way. Izuku and the rest of 1C were glued to their dorm room's television, scarcely able to breathe at the fight that they were witnessing. The news had announced minutes ago that Endeavor was locked in combat with a Nomu, one of the monsters the League had been known for using, identified as Hood, just barely managing to hold his ground. With the aid of the #2 hero Hawks, Endeavor had blasted Hood into the air and released his ultimate move, Prominence Burn, before crashing to the ground with the Nomu's corpse. The smoke from the attack cleared, revealing Endeavor in a crater. I see Endeavor, he's not getting up. But I think I see his chest moving, the reporter on the scene announced. Blood was pouring down Endeavor's face from the battering Hood had given him earlier. The normally stoic, implacable hero was reduced to a broken mess. In the midst of the wreckage of the battle, a tall, burnt man in a black trenchcoat walked up to the hero. Wait, someone is approaching Endeavor, oh God. I think that's Dabi from the League of Villains. Izuku's class all held their breath, realizing that Endeavor couldn't fight back. He had no support, and was at the mercy of a villain. From their view, the country could see Endeavor snarl at Dabi, who simply laughed at the downed hero before kicking him in the head. Dabi vanished in a mass of black sludge the next moment. 1C, along with the rest of the country, was silent. Endeavor had technically won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory at best, one that had reduced Endeavor to a state of powerlessness, while the League had shown that if they wanted to kill him, they could have. The veneer of peace was quickly evaporating across Japan. It was starting to hit everyone that without All Might, they were not safe from villains anymore. Hero patrols were increased, but the rate of crime was rising, as villains were becoming emboldened by the hero's recent show of weakness. People didn't go out alone. Inko was scared for her son, but from behind the walls of UA and under the continuous protection of heroes, Izuku felt more frightened for her, encouraging her to sleep over at the Bakuga's house more often, if only so that she wasn't at home alone. The hero students were on edge, not helped by how it seemed that anyone who had their provisional license was being sent out into work studies now. Something about this didn't feel right to Izuku. This felt too early to be sending hero students out with less than a year of training under their belts. He was scared for them. Most of 1A and 1B treated Izuku as if he was part of the family. Izuku did the only thing he could and stepped up his efforts to aid the students with his analysis. Trying to find ways to improve on the hero students' quirks as much as possible, Izuku found himself working much more closely with Hatsum Mei of the support department, giving her ideas from his analysis on how the quirks could be augmented. For Kaibara-san, whose quirk, Gyrate, allowed him to rotate any part of his body at high speeds, they added torsion motors to his costume that could store wound-up energy, to be later released in massive physical bursts like punches, leaps, or the slingshots also added to his costume. Kowaro Shirai's quirk, Black, allowed him to merge his body with anything dark-colored, so Izuku gave him the idea to learn to control liquids and gases, adding black smoke bombs and ink to Kowaro's arsenal, granting him more mobility. Yanagi Reiko's quirk, Poltergeist, allowed her to control nearby objects telekinetically, but generally relied on objects that she encountered in her environment, so Izuku made the suggestion of incorporating metal ball bearings, wires, and nets to her loadout so that she would always have something on hand. Uraraka's quirk allowed her to negate weight requirements, so Hatsum added drones to her arsenal that could carry and drop objects such as tungsten weights and heavy nets, giving Uraraka a possible surprise ranged option in combat. Recognizing new possible applications for Jiro Kyoka's earphone jack quirk, Hatsum augmented her speakers to allow for resonance drilling and sonic-kinetic hovering. Izuku and Hatsum collaborated with Yaoyorozu on possible armor designs that could incorporate materials normally too expensive or impractical to create through conventional means such as carbon nanotubes or diamond-tipped weapons. Yaoyorozu spent the most time working with Izuku out of anyone, as they began to theorize possible ways her quirk could be used to mimic the quirks of others, creating hydraulically powered limbs for enhanced strength, small jets for enhanced speed, or otherwise mimicking the biological compounds the other students could create, such as Bakugu's nitroglycerin sweat or Sirohanta's tape. Despite the feelings of foreboding, the rest of the semester passed uneventfully for Izuku and the rest of UA. 1C continued with their classes, learning Mendelian genetics and how it related to quirks, Cold War histories, all three of them, and pre-quirk science fiction, at which point Izuku became a fan of Asimov's works, which in turn led to some fun debates with Nedzu. As the weather turned cold, there were ongoing campus-wide snowball fights, meaning any time a student left their dorm they'd usually come back soaking wet later. Izuku got to participate in his first Christmas party and gift exchange, and ended up receiving a stuffed white elephant plushie. Agoyamato had different expectations for how the gift exchange would have gone and had meant it as a prank, but Izuku appreciated it regardless, even if he didn't get the joke. He almost fainted from shock as he got his first kiss from a girl, an equally blushing Togaike getting pushed into it when 1C noticed the two walk under a sprig of mistletoe. The last exam the first-year hero courses would go through that year was their joint training exercise, which Nedzu again allowed Izuku to watch. It was quite satisfying for Izuku to see the hero students apply his ideas and improve as heroes because of them. Some standouts in the exercise for Izuku were Shoji's growing use of non-lethal firearms, with which he managed to shoot down the speedy Tsunatori pony, Kodai Yui's use of shrinkable equipment and armors, Tokage Setsuna's masterful strategizing, trumping over Bakugu, and an extremely close victory won by Yaoyorozu over Kendo, just managing to defeat the Big Fist student. Sadly, Izuku felt as if Bakugu and Todoroki were falling behind the other students, strange as that might have seemed considering their power. It was clear to Izuku though that despite having obtained their provisional licenses by this point the two still struggled with the same issues that they had from the start of the year, whether it was Bakugu's stubborn, or, if Izuku was honest with himself, arrogant, head-first mentality, Todoroki's refusal to use the fire side of his quirk, or their inability or outright refusal to work with others. Izuku could only hope that this wouldn't cause problems in the field. About a month before the end of Izuku's first year, he was sitting in one of the bathrooms, mumbling to himself. Normally, he'd be writing his thoughts down, but he had enough presence of mind not to do that in a bathroom, albeit not enough to realize that he had gotten lost in his thoughts so long it was getting close to the next PRD. I need to get a better idea of how strong Shiozaki's vines are. They're durable enough to restrain someone through their tensile strength, but they can also dig through cement. Maybe I could ask Cementos how dense the cement was that he used at the sports festival. As he was talking, he was vaguely aware of someone else coming into the bathroom. He lowered his voice out of reflex so as to not creep them out, but kept mumbling to himself. Actually, Cementos uses his quirk in a way that's kind of similar to Shiozaki. Maybe I could bring up some of his strategies to Shiozaki? The boy outside had turned on the sink. It sounded and smelled like he was applying some kind of product to his hair. I wonder, did Shiozaki actually fracture the cement or simply force her vines through existing cracks? She was able to consistently use that level of force in a matter of seconds, so she must either be able to exert a great deal of power or her vines are instinctively able to seek out those cracks. Please. Izuku stammered for a moment. He vaguely recognized that voice, but he had never heard it sound so tired, so distraught. Please, just stop talking. Izuku shut up, realizing that he was bothering this boy. Just, what do you expect me to do? He opened the door, ready to slip out. He got a brief look, recognizing the muscular profile of Togata, hunched over the sink with his head down, grasping the sink's edges so hard they were coming apart in his hands, when suddenly, the upperclassman slammed his fists onto the sink. Just leave me alone. The sinks were immediately pulverized into dust, and the force of the blow shattered the mirror into glittering shards, cracking the wall, floor, and ceiling, as well as throwing Izuku back through the stall he had been trying to get out of. Somehow, Izuku had managed to maintain consciousness. The door of the stall had been slammed shut and off its hinges by the force of the blow, thankfully shielding Izuku from the shrapnel that had been launched by Togata's hit. Pushing it off him, Izuku saw Togata kneeling, clutching his sides, trembling while being sprayed with water from the busted pipes. "Are you, ow?" Izuku groaned, feeling a bruise on his back from hitting the bathroom wall. Hearing Izuku's voice, Togata's head snapped up, as he realized someone was within range of his hit. His face was drenched from the sink. "Oh my god! Are you okay?" "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Togata scrambled to his feet, about to help Izuku up, when suddenly he fell back to his knees, clenching his arm in pain. To his horror, black tendrils were starting to surround Togata's arm, poking through his skin and writhing around him. Izuku recoiled, recognizing what was happening. He remembered these black whips from the cultural festival. Togata had completely lost control of his quirk when he was chasing after Gentle Criminal, the black whips bursting out of his skin, crushing and slicing through everything they touched in a chaotic disaster. And Izuku was right in front of Togata as he was starting to lose control of them again. "Go!" Togata hissed, desperately trying to crawl away from Izuku. "You need to get out of here." But Izuku knew he couldn't do that. The black whips were acting up now, right in front of Izuku. If Togata couldn't stop them within the next few seconds, Izuku, along with everything in this section of the school, was likely to get crushed. But Izuku wasn't even thinking about that at the time. What he was thinking about was how scared Togata looked, and how much pain he was in. What do you know about this aspect of Togata's quirk? Izuku thought back to the brief moment he had seen of the black whips before he had been forced to flee with his class during the festival. "You're breaking into the school and ruining everyone's performances, so you can get attention? Do you have any idea how important this is? How much everyone has been looking forward to this? How could you ruin Aries' day, you selfish, idiotic?" Anger. Stress. "Togata? Senpai?" Izuku put his hands up in a placating gesture. "You need to calm down. Try to take a deep breath." Still cringing and clutching his arm, Togata tried to follow Izuku's advice, taking in a shaky breath, but the whips continued to writhe around, growing longer, moving faster. One lashed out above Izuku's head, carving a deep tear in the walls of the stall. The more the whips lashed out, the more scared Togata got. Get out, you need to get out." But Izuku couldn't get out, not without passing by Togata. He had one last chance. Izuku scooted just a step closer. "Senpai, it's going to be okay, I am here." Togata's eyes, clenched shut from pain, opened just enough to look at Izuku in the eye. "What? Why are you?" I said. Izuku scrunched his face up, and in a move he had spent his entire life perfecting, yelled out with a deep, familiarly heroic voice, "I am here." It was probably the dumbest thing Izuku had ever done. And yet, as soon as he said it, and Togata stared at Izuku in bewilderment, the black whips shriveled up and shrank back into Togata's arm. Togata stared at Izuku, who still had his all might expression up. After a couple of seconds passed, the upperclassman snorted. Izuku took a relieved breath of air as Togata laughed out loud. I can't believe that worked. What even was that?" "Well," Izuku clutched the back of his neck in nervous relief, "I don't quite know how your permeation works, but those black whips seem to respond to extreme stress or anger, so I just did what I thought would help calm you down." Togata chuckled a bit before leaning against the wall of the destroyed sinks with a sigh. The two boys sat where they were, too exhausted to get up. "Hey, what's your name, Kohai?" Togata asked. "Midoriya Izuku." Izuku replied. "Togata Mirio." Togata answered with a smile. "Though I guess you already knew that." He looked up at the ceiling, seemingly uncaring of his pants getting drenched by the spilled water from the busted sinks. Midoriya, he muttered to himself before snapping his fingers. "Oh, that's right. You're the Gen Ed student. Who's been helping my kuhais in first year? They've made a lot of improvements thanks to you." Izuku shrugged with embarrassment. They're the ones who've put in the work, I just gave them suggestions. I don't know, Togata answered with a chuckle. I kicked their butts pretty hard at the start of the term, now they've been able to put up a decent fight. You should be proud of that, Kohai. Izuku smiled awkwardly. As the two calmed down though, Izuku remembered what he was originally concerned about. Togata, are you alright? You sounded really upset earlier. Togata frowned, and then sighed. Well, I guess you know my terrible secret. Togata pointed to a yellow bottle floating along the currents of the stream pouring out of the busted pipes. I'm not a natural blonde. Izuku blinked, and Togata chuckled. Hey, I'll make sure to tell the teachers that this is all my fault, but could you do me a favor and not tell anyone about my hair? It's kind of embarrassing for me. Wait, Izuku interrupted. That's not what I meant, you sounded, well, he pointed at the destroyed sinks. What made you lose control like that? Togata grimaced, looking at the wreckage around him. Oh, you know, stress. I guess I picked a bad time to let it out, huh? Togata chuckled, rubbing at the back of his head, revealing the torn sleeve of his blazer. It seemed that even his own clothes didn't survive damage from his hit. However, as Izuku looked closer, he saw crack-like scars on Togata's arm. You're hurt! Izuku shouted, pointing at Togata's arm. Waff! Togata looked at his arm and reflexively grabbed it. Yeah, just something that happens when I lose control like that. You don't need to worry. But Izuku was already getting up and tried to pull Togata upright, a hard task considering the difference in sheer bulk between the two of them. We need to get to Recovery Girl. Despite Togata's protests, he allowed Izuku to shepherd him to the nurse's office, though with Izuku's own bruises, it was more the inverse. Recovery Girl checked the two out, starting with Izuku. Thankfully, the worst Izuku had experienced was some bruising on his back, which she gave him some ice and painkillers for, advising him to avoid strenuous activity for a few days. When she was checking Togata though, she didn't seem that shocked by the cracks on Togata's arm, even if the two were quite somber about it. Izuku just assumed that this was something that Togata had already been seen for. Thinking about it, Izuku realized that him stressing out about this probably just upset Togata more. As Recovery Girl left, Izuku saw Togata staring at his arm, now covered with bandages to cover up the scarring. Midoriya, Togata suddenly spoke, getting Izuku's attention. I hope that I'm not bothering you with this at all. There was just something that I heard. Yes? What is it? Izuku asked. Is it true that you're quirkless? Suddenly anxious, Togata waved his arms around. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking as if I think it's a bad thing, or anything like that, I was just. Izuku wasn't sure what Togata's opinion on quirkless people was like, but he didn't want it to be something that people freaked out about. He had become less self-conscious about his quirklessness, and didn't want to hide it regardless. Yes, I'm quirkless. When Izuku saw how people reacted when they found out that he was quirkless in the past, they usually reacted in one of a few ways. Some people would react with discomfort, as if Izuku had said something embarrassing. Some would look at him with pity. Some would sneer at him. There were thankfully a few who simply didn't care. However, Izuku was certain that for the briefest moment, when Togata heard him say that he was quirkless, the upperclassman looked excited, maybe even hopeful. However, Izuku blinked and Togata looked mostly indifferent. I got to tell you, Midoriya, even people with powerful quirks were scared when they saw me lose control of Black Whip, but you actually came closer to me. Togata pointed out in respect. Thinking fast like that probably saved your life and kept a lot of people that might have been nearby from getting hurt, but why didn't you run away when I told you? Why did you come closer of all things? Izuku felt embarrassed at the question, reminding him of times when he had been judged for trying to get between bullies and their victims, but the way Togata was looking at him didn't feel judging. He looked as if he was legitimately curious. Well, Izuku shrugged. It's like you pointed out, with how quickly your quirk was acting up, I probably wouldn't have had enough time to get away. I get that, it's just... Togata looked conflicted, before speaking to Izuku again. When you were there, you looked like you were more concerned for me than you were for yourself. Izuku chuckled nervously. Yeah, I guess you just looked like you needed help and I fixated on that. Togata stared at Izuku for a moment, and then looked at his hand. Midoriya, do you want to be a hero? Izuku sighed. I used to. I've always admired heroes, how they make people smile and feel safe. I wanted to do that for most of my life. But, Izuku shrugged. I'm quirkless. No one ever really encouraged me to try to become a hero, and after a certain point, I just gave it up. But what about now? Togata asked. For some reason, Izuku thought he saw a look of urgency in Togata's eyes, but he blinked, and if his senpai was stressed out over something, he had hidden it within that minuscule moment. Is there any part of you that still wants to be a hero? Izuku was quiet, looking at the foot of his bed. He thought about the past year, and he smiled. Honestly, no. Togata blinked, taken aback. You don't. Don't get me wrong, I still think heroes are great, Izuku explained, smiling brightly, but in the past year, I've found my own way of helping people, all based off of my own talent, rather than an ability that I wish that I had. I've found a way to be happy with my life, to be proud of myself. Izuku frowned, thinking about what had happened outside of his life, the villain attacks, and all of the injuries and deaths that other students had gone through. I mean, when I hear about all of the people who have gotten hurt, the students that were killed, I keep wishing that I was there, and that I could have done something to help them. Izuku's smile returned though as he thought about how grateful the hero students were to receive his help, but I have gotten to help people, even if I'm not a hero. Finally found a way to be happy with who I am, without getting a quirk or becoming a hero. Izuku looked back at Togata, but was surprised to see that the upperclassman was looking away. After a moment, Togata sighed. You're a good guy, Midoriya. I'm glad you're happy with your life, Togata eventually said, turning and smiling at Izuku. Though for what it's worth, I think that you would have made a great hero. Izuku wasn't sure why Togata was saying this. He could tell that there was something bothering his senpai, but he didn't know how to help. Thanks, senpai. I would have liked working with you. He answered with his own encouraging smile. Togata looked back at his hands, thinking. After a moment though, he looked back at Izuku, his smile more genuine and hopeful. Actually, Midoriya, there might be something you could help me with. Later that day, after Izuku and Togata had left Recovery Girl's office and classes had ended, Togata asked Izuku to meet with him at a certain room. He went inside with Aizawa for a moment, and then gestured Izuku in. Inside the room, Togata was kneeling next to a little girl with red eyes, white hair, and a horn. Izuku recognized her from the picture taken at the 8 Precepts raid. Eri, this is Midoriya Izuku. I thought that he might be able to help you with your quirk. Eri was clearly nervous, clutching Togata close to her, watching Izuku warily. Not wanting to scare her, Izuku knelt down to her level, but kept his distance. Hi Eri, it's nice to meet you. Togata told me that you've been having trouble with your quirk, and I'd like to help you with that. Eri looked down away from Izuku with her arms still wrapped tightly around Togata. I don't like my quirk, it hurts people. Izuku hummed in understanding. Togata and Aizawa had briefed him about the dangers of Eri's quirk, Rewind. The quirk allowed Eri to rewind living things back to a previous state, possibly to the point of rewinding them out of existence. I understand. Quirks can be scary, and they can be dangerous when people lose control of them. I work with a lot of students who sometimes have accidentally hurt people with their quirks. However, quirks can also help people a lot, like how Togata and all the other heroes use their quirks to help save you from the 8 Precepts. Togata leaned in, grinning. You remember that nice Uraraka girl who helped Ms. Ryukyu, Eri? Midoriya helped her a lot with her quirk to make her really strong. He even helped me with Black Whip a bit. He gave me some advice that I think might help me to keep from losing control of it again. Eri's eyes widened in surprise, looking from Togata to this new stranger. She remembered how those tendrils had hurt Togata and had scared so many people at the festival. Could you help me keep my quirk from hurting people? I'd like to. Izuku responded, somehow smiling even more brightly than Togata. Despite not being as scared of Izuku as when he had first come in, Eri still seemed nervous, reluctant to step too far away from Togata. Think about it like this, Eri. Izuku slowly chopped his arm up and down as he explained, quirks are like knives. They can hurt people, but if you keep them nice and sharp, they can be used to help cook tasty food. I think that if you learn more about how to use your quirk and practice with it, You could help a lot of people. Eventually, Eri pulled away from Togata and gave a timid nod. Okay. Izuku spent the next hour talking with Eri and writing in his notebook, trying to get a better understanding of how Eri's quirk worked. He even brought in Monoma of Class 1B, whose quirk, Copy, allowed him to copy Rewind, giving them another perspective on the quirk and letting them discover that it was a power stockpiling quirk. Eri had to store energy and release it to use Rewind. Izuku thanked Eri for talking to him, and left with Togata, sighing. Peru has been through a lot, hasn't she? He noted. Overhaul did terrible things to her. Togata replied grimly. I'm glad that I was able to save her, but I haven't managed to get her to smile. She's still so scared of everything. I had hoped that the cultural festival could have helped her. Togata frowned, eyes clenched shut in frustration. But that got ruined, and then I lost control and made everything worse. Izuku frowned and thought to himself. He needed to help Eri somehow. He couldn't just let things lie as they were when there might be something he could do about it. Besides simply her own well-being, Izuku theorized that Eri's control over Rewind was linked to her emotional state. Being depressed could make it harder for her to control her quirk. I need to call in some favors, he said, dialing a number and putting his phone to his ear. Togaike? Could I ask you to do something for me? Wait, you actually expect us to do this for one little girl? Agoyamoto repeated incredulously. You know, the way you say that makes it sound as if you think that this is a request instead of an announcement. It's going to happen. Togaike answered flatly. Look, Togaike, Midoriya. Kagaya stood up between the two and the rest of 1C to act as a mediator. I feel bad that we didn't get to do our performance for the cultural festival, but we have exams coming up, it's not like we have the time to. As Kagaya was speaking, Izuku held up a picture of Eri, immediately shutting the blonde boy up. Kagaya stared at the picture for a moment. Why is the unicorn child sad? Eri's been having a hard time. Izuku answered. I thought that this might be a good way to help cheer her up. Kagaya looked up at Izuku with a determined glare. It's time to earn my quirk's namesake, he announced, putting on a pair of cat ears. Eri didn't know why Togata had taken her outside with how cold it was, even with the thick and fluffy coat she was wearing. He seemed excited though, so she made no complaints. All right, Eri, here we are. Togata had taken Eri to a building she had never been to before. She remembered though from when she was first brought to UA that these were the dormitories, the buildings where the students lived. A sign on the door said, 1C. Togata opened the door, and several voices called out at once. Welcome to the 1C Cat Cafe, Naya. Eri gasped at the sight in front of her. The entire common room and kitchen of the dorm had been transformed into a pastel cat-themed restaurant. Half of the students, including Midoriya, Kagaya, and Togaike were wearing similarly bright pastel-colored outfits reminiscent of the style worn by the wild pussycats, complete with cat ears, tails, whiskers, oversized cat mittens, and boots, while the other half were working in the kitchen, still wearing cat ears. Even Yamada had come to the dorm room dressed like his students and operating a DJ table. But the students only had Eri's attention for a minute, before she realized that there were kittens everywhere, every color imaginable, all with fluffy fur and tiny paws, chasing each other, sleeping on tables, or playing with cat toys strewn throughout the room or otherwise being used by the students to tease them. Eri could hardly believe her eyes. She had seen cats before. Aizawa sometimes let her play with some of his, but there were so many here. And they were all so fluffy. Hi, Eri. Eri's attention was torn away from the kittens to look up at Izuku, who was wearing a similar outfit to everyone else, albeit highlighted green. He looked completely silly but didn't seem to mind it here. What is this? Eri asked. It's a cat cafe. Izuku explained. It's like a restaurant where you can eat food like normal, but you can also play with cats. Togata grinned ear to ear, offering Eri his hand. Would you like to get a seat, Eri? Eri nodded and followed Togata and Midoriya to a low table where the three could sit on poofy beanbag chairs. The kittens frolicking around were all adorable, but she didn't want to be too far away from Togata. Thankfully, the 1C students had planned for this. A tanned boy with hair the same color as Togata's bounced towards the table as Izuku helped Eri put on her own pair of cat ears with Togata. "Hi there, Naya. I'm Kaganya. I hope you have fun here, Naya." "And I'm Nyamada," Yamada called from his DJ table. "I'll be playing some tunes for all you cool cats, Naya." Contrary to his exuberant demeanor, Yamada's table started to play lo-fi music themed for cats, making it very relaxing for Eri. She noticed that it was also comfortably warm and light around the table. In fact, as soon as Eri had sat down, many of the kittens not otherwise distracted by the frolicking students started to crawl towards Eri onto her chair with her, tickling her with their little noses and paws and making adorable mewing noises. Izuku and Togata felt cautiously optimistic as they watched Eri's eyes light up as the kittens started to crowd around her. This was actually due to Kagaya, who had been given the usually impossible task of literally herding cats. Thanks to his sunshine quirk though, Kagaya was able to warm up the area around Eri in a way that drew the cats, that the classmates had either brought from their homes or borrowed from an animal shelter, to her like a sunny spot through a window. Togaik walked up to the table with a notepad. "Hi there, Naya. May I take your order? We just so happen to have a special on apple-flavored treats today, Naya. We've got apple muffins, apple cookies, apple pie, apple bread, sliced apples with caramel dip." Eri's eyes lit up as Togaik went through the list of options. Togata and Izuku grinned at each other. Togata had told Izuku about Eri's favorite food, and once he had essentially cleared out the nearby supermarket of all of their apples, they probably went overboard, realizing that they were going to be having leftover apple treats until they were sick of them for a while. Maybe using the picture of Eri to guilt everyone into doing this might have not been the best idea. "How about we start with 3 apple juices? Eri can take some time to play with the kittens and figure out what she wants," Togata suggested. "Sounds good, Naya." Togaik bounced towards the kitchen to get the drinks. Eri seemed much calmer and relaxed than Izuku had seen her earlier as she played and cuddled with the kittens. Both he and Togata could see the corners of her mouth start to vaguely twitch up of their own accord, but she still hadn't quite smiled yet. Eventually, Togaik brought their orders, which Kagaya took as a hint to lead the kittens away from the table so they wouldn't try to steal Eri's food. However, Izuku began to realize that Kagaya hadn't led all of the kittens away. Quite a few were coming after him, to the point that they were climbing up his pant legs. Kagaya?" he asked. Kagaya continued to wander around the dorm room until Izuku sighed. "Kaganaya? Naya?" Kagaya turned to face Izuku. "Why are so many cats interested in me?" "Not sure, Naya. Cats go where they feel like, so there must be something about you that they like, Naya." Izuku spent the next few minutes carefully plucking kittens off of his clothes. All the while, Togata was chuckling. It certainly didn't help matters when Yamada switched the playlist to the Shadow of the Colossus theme as Izuku was trying to pull the kittens off. Finally, Izuku realized why the kittens were so interested in him, as one white kitten managed to jump up from his shoulders onto the top of his head, where it started to knead at his hair. "Ow, ow, ow," Izuku winced, not sure how to get the cat off without hurting it or himself. Eventually, the kitten curled up on his head and went to sleep. Several of Izuku's classmates started to giggle at his predicament, when a new voice they hadn't heard laughing spoke up. Izuku and Togata both turned to see Eri giggling at the silly sight of Izuku with a kitten on his head, a bright smile finally on her face. She even went as far as to take one of the kittens and plop it down on her head, where it also curled up. Togata chuckled with tears of joy in his eyes and followed suit. Izuku's classmates all grinned. Yamada even pumped his fist up and down in celebration, but no one said anything for fear of breaking the moment. Well, now Izuku had to let the kitten stay where it was. Smiling, he knelt next to Eri. "Eri, would you like a picture of us?" "Yeah. I bet we look funny," the girl answered. The 3 leaned in, and using his cell phone, Izuku took a selfie with the 3 leaning together, wearing cats and silly cat accessories. Eri was finally smiling with Izuku and Togata. After a few minutes, laughing and playing with the kittens, Togaik brought out one final treat. "Hey Eri," Izuku said, getting Eri's attention. "Togata told me that you didn't get to try one of these at the cultural festival, so I asked a friend of mine from the hero course to show me how to make them. Izuku handed Eri what looked like an apple on a stick. However, the apple was covered with some kind of sparkling glaze. Carefully, Eri took the candy apple and gave it a bite. She gasped in joy, giving an even brighter smile than before. Finally exhausted from playing with the kittens and full from apple treats, Togata carried Eri on his shoulders back to her room with Izuku. "Midoriya," she spoke sleepily. "This was really fun. Thank you so much." Izuku smiled back. "You're welcome, Eri." Once Eri had been settled down in her room, Togata and Izuku were able to give a sigh of delighted relief outside, ignoring the snickers of passing students as they noticed the Nico outfits they were wearing. The two started to walk through campus, though Togata didn't split up from Izuku as he was heading back to the 1C dorm. "You did it, Midoriya." You got Eri to smile. "Even I hadn't figured out how to do that yet. I think a big part of it was because you were there and made her feel safe, senpai." Izuku answered with a smile. Togata continued to walk with a smile, though he was facing the ground in thought. "I was actually thinking about that." He turned his head to Izuku. "Midoriya, you've already done so much for Eri and me, so I'm not sure if I should be asking this." "Hey, don't hesitate to ask me for anything, Togata," Izuku said brightly. "I want to help you and Eri as much as I can." Togata nodded. "Well, you see, I have to work as a provisional hero. All Might and Sir Night Eye rely on me a lot." Togata's expression seemed tired for just a moment before he looked back up to Izuku. "So, I was just wondering if maybe you might be willing to keep seeing Eri? I'm not always going to be around for her." "Of course I will, Togata. I'd love to meet with Eri again." Togata grinned and nodded. "Thanks, Midoriya. I want to be sure that Eri has someone there for her." 5 years later. "Are you sure you're okay with this, Josei?" Izuku asked. He was dressed in a black suit in a show of respect, his wife wearing a dress of the same color. The tall, blue-furred fox woman smiled down at him. "I might not have known anyone who died at Jaku, but I know a lot of people who lost friends there, just like you, Izuku. I want to be there for my friends, especially Sakamata and Iwata." Besides, Inko and Eri seemed excited to spend the night taking care of Inori. It would be a shame to cut their time with their granddaughter and niece short. Izuku smiled back. "All right." He took Josei's hand and walked with her into the bar. The establishment in question was one of the businesses built to accommodate people Josei's size, partly due to being built with heroes like their neighbor Sakamata in mind. The former killer whale hero, Gang Orca, dressed in a similar black suit to Izuku's and everyone else in the bar, welcomed the two at the entrance. "Midoriya, thank you for coming," Sakamata Kugo said, bowing to the two, which Izuku and Josei returned. "We wouldn't miss it, Sakamata," Josei answered. "Right?" Sakamata looked around the bar, doing a quick head count. Izuku recognized many of his co-workers and former classmates. "I think that's everyone." Sakamata went to the head of the bar, waiting for Izuku and Josei to take a drink before he raised his voice. "Everyone." The former heroes all turned to Sakamata, falling silent. "I would like to thank you all for coming. I know that it can be difficult for all of us to make time for this sort of thing nowadays, but it's important for us to take time to remember our former comrades who couldn't be here with us." Sakamata raised his glass. "To the fallen." The others somberly mimicked him. Not much happened the rest of the night. Most of the former heroes present were absorbed in their own conversations, and Izuku and Josei mostly just stepped in when one of their friends looked like they needed company. Izuku had finished a talk with Iwata Karakoko, formerly Bubble Girl, and Moshi Juzo, formerly Centipeder, which ended with Iwata quietly crying into Josei's arms. Izuku moved away to let her and Moshi have their space when he was suddenly pulled by the shoulder over towards his old homeroom teacher, who was talking with Fukukado Emi, formerly Ms. Joke. "There he is." Yamada slurred drunkenly. "There's my top student." Fukukado looked concerned, so to try to save Yamada's dignity, Izuku grinned in response. "Hey Yamada-sensei. Are you doing all right?" "Me?" Yamada put his hands on his chest. I'm doing fine." "Hey Emi," Yamada spoke to his date, slumping over their table. Little Midoriya here," he hiccuped, "was my best student ever. hosted the last sports festival with me after show got canned? Izuku shuddered as Fukukado looked downcast at the memory of her old friend. Thankfully, Josei saw what was happening and stood next to Izuku for support. He was the last student Nedzu ever took on, scared the hell out of me when he did, thought the two were going to take over the world, Yamada giggled. Fukukado put her hand on Yamada's shoulder to try to steady him. Hisashi, I think you've had a bit too much to drink. Hey Midoriya, you remember Nemuri? Yamada asked, seemingly not hearing Fukukado in his drunken state. Izuku and Fukukado frowned again at the reminder, as it looked like Yamada was spiraling further. Izuku nodded though, trying to smile and remember pleasanter times. Yeah, I remember Kiyama-sensei. He replied. She was pretty nice. She protected me from some kids who wanted to bully me when I was first starting out at UA. Yeah, she was great. Yamada slumped, a few tears dripping from his eyes. She was great. Suddenly though he grinned. Do you know that we dated for a bit? No, I didn't. Izuku answered quizzically. Yeah, we used to get set at show for expelling his classes and dumping them on us, so anytime he did that, we'd have to see his sleeping bag. Izuku, Josei, and Fukukado all blushed, scandalized while Yamada giggled, though in Fukukado's case it looked like she was trying to keep herself from laughing as well. She hugged Yamada, allowing him to lean on her, smiling gratefully towards Izuku for his kindness. I think we're both probably good for the night. Thanks for talking, Midoriya. Anytime, Fukukado. Izuku answered as the woman helped steer Yamada out of the bar. Izuku and Josei sat by themselves for a moment, blinking at the mental image that Yamada had put in their heads. Hey, lovebirds. Their silence was broken by the approach of Tsutsumi Kana, formerly known as Lady Nagant, followed by Yaoyorozu, her current student. Midoriya, may we sit here? Yaoyorozu asked politely. Hello, Yaoyorozu, Tsutsumi please do. Izuku said. Is Yamada-sensei going to be alright? Yaoyorozu asked, looking in the direction of the swaying man as Fukukado helped to steer him away. I think he just needed someone to talk to. Josei answered. It's a tough day for him. She frowned. It's been a tough few years for him, really. He told me that he's thinking of retiring from teaching and sticking with his radio DJ work, but he wants to tough it out for a bit until things settle down. Yaoyorozu frowned. She hadn't been particularly close to Yamada, but she was still worried. You know, I sometimes worry what could happen with those two and their quirks mixing, but they seem happy enough. Tsutsumi observed. It's nice that they've still got each other. She smiled after the couple leaving the bar, but turned to Izuku and Josei. But that's not why I came over. Izuku and Josei frowned, leaning forward. Tsutsumi gestured towards the bar, where Sakamata was drinking alone. You two are next-door neighbors to Sakamata, right? Yes, Josei replied, smiling towards the man. He's the one who helped us find housing that fit my size, and he's been our best friend ever since we got married. Tsutsumi nodded and smiled. That's cute. He's a good guy. Thing is though, and maybe it's not my place to pry, but I couldn't help but notice he's been there a while. I'm pretty sure he's on his 7th scotch by this point. Izuku and Josei frowned in concern towards their friend at this. He wasn't making any noise or swaying, but when Josei smelled towards Sakamata's direction, her nose wrinkled some. Now, I hate to put a damper on your evening, Tsutsumi murmured towards Josei and Izuku, but if he does happen to have a problem walking, you're one of the few people who I think could help him home. Say no more, Josei answered, lifting her hand. We'll be sure he's okay. Izuku nodded. Sakamata's not the kind of man to get drunk, but we'll talk to him. Thanks for letting us know. Tsutsumi nodded and chatted with Yaoyorozu some more while Izuku and Josei walked over to the bar. Hey Sakamata, are you doing all right? Sakamata picked his head up from his glass, lifting it in a short greeting. Tsutsumi asked you to check on me? Izuku nodded. Sakamata had much better hearing than an average man, so it was usually useless to try to keep secrets from him. The man sighed. Just let me finish this one, and I'll be done for the night. Sakamata continued to sip from his drink, though Izuku and Josei weren't in a rush, and ordered some ginger ale so Sakamata wouldn't feel pressured to leave before he was ready. "Is there anything you want to talk about, Sakamata?" Izuku asked. The man looked at Izuku and then down to the bar table. "Everyone here has some regret for what happened that day. Another hero taking a hit that was meant for them, running away and leaving others behind, maybe just on quitting heroics altogether." Izuku and Josei were silent, waiting for Sakamata to continue. "Did you know that I was in charge of testing the students who failed their provisional license exam, to give them a second chance?" "Yes." Izuku nodded. "My aunt mentioned you were teaching Bakugo." Sakamata groaned. "Yeah. They were all difficult, but I realized pretty quickly that kid was a waste of my time. I wanted to outright tell UA to just drop him to Gen Ed, but..." Sakamata glowered, making Izuku shiver. The man was Izuku's best friend, but he could still be intimidating when he was angry. "The HPSC wouldn't let me. By the time Jaku was approaching, they told me to pass him so he could be part of the battle." "Him and..." Sakamata closed his eyes. "Him and Todoroki." Sakamata was silent. Izuku let him have his space, realizing now what was bothering him. "I knew they weren't ready." Bakugo proved why later on, but Todoroki, he was so set in his ways, refusing to put everything he had into being a hero, as long as it reminded him of his father. Sakamata sighed, putting his head in his hands. "I thought at the time that he was just being a stubborn brat, spoiled by being the son of one of the top heroes. I said things to him that, knowing what I know now, probably just made him dig his heels in more. He needed a therapist, not a drill sergeant." "Sakamata," Josei gently put her hand on the man's shoulder. "There were a lot of people who didn't realize what was wrong with him. None of the teachers did either. But I was supposed to be the final word on whether or not he got his provisional license and whether he could participate in that battle." Sakamata growled. "And I knew that he wasn't fit for duty. I told the HPSC as much. But they wanted heavy hitters. And they wanted to make a good impression for a fight that they weren't prepared for. The winner of the first year's sports festival that survived the USJ attack, that All Might sacrificed his health to rescue from villains, and the son of the current #1 hero. Just forget the fact that these were kids who hadn't even finished their first year of school and had clear personal issues. I tried telling them no, but in the end, it didn't matter. Those two got their provisionals and got sent into war." Sakamata stared into the amber puddle left in his glass, a bit of ice slowly melting away. "And Todoroki?" Present day, the start of Izuku's second year. 3 funerals in 1 year. This wasn't something that should have happened at a high school, Izuku thought to himself, though UA was hardly the only place holding a memorial ceremony. This one was by far the worst. 3 portraits were on display. The first, Kayama Namuri, known to most as the pro-hero Ms. Midnight, but known to Izuku and his classmates as their modern hero art history teacher, murdered by villains from the PLF while trying to stop the rampaging Gigantomachia. Next, Todoroki Shoto, silver medalist at the previous first-year sports festival, hero name Glacier, murdered by the villain Dabi in his reveal of himself as Todoroki Toya to Endeavor, along with scores of others that the lunatic prodigal son had incinerated. If the stories were anything to go by, Todoroki refused to use his fire even until the end, likely contributing to his death. Finally, Togata Mirio, hero name Lemillion. Togata had told Izuku that he had called himself that as a statement of his goal to save 1,000,000 lives. Perhaps in the end, in whatever suicide attack he pulled that managed to destroy Shigaraki, Gigantomachia, and most of the PLF's Nomus, he had done that. At least that's what Izuku agreed to tell himself when Sir Night Eye and All Might gave their eulogies to the young hero, the former symbol of peace looking absolutely broken. People had been unsettled when they saw what All Might truly looked like as a man, but he had still exuded a sense of confidence and hope in the future. That was gone now. This was what he had been trying to keep Izuku away from. Death at the hands of villains with enough power to destroy entire cities, leaving hardly anything to identify their victims with, leaving behind loved ones to despair. Even now though, Izuku couldn't help but wish he could have been there, that he could have done something to help someone, to dig through some rubble, to get civilians out of harm's way, anything. He hoped that his analysis had helped the other hero students at least. Eri had been quiet during the memorial, sitting next to Nedzu, one of Togata's classmates and another of the big three who had helped during the 8 Precepts raid. Izuku had looked over at her a few times during the funeral, worried for the little girl. He had expected Eri to be barely able to keep it together, to spend the memorial crying, but her expression had seemed blank. Once the memorial ended, Izuku went to talk to her. "Eri, how are you doing?" Coming closer to Eri, Izuku could see that she wasn't as blank-faced as he had thought. Tears were collecting at the corners of Eri's eyes, and she seemed to be shivering. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Mirio wanted me to smile." Eri eventually whimpered out, sniffling. "He didn't want me to be sad. He told me that smiling makes you stronger." Izuku sighed, exhausted, and knelt down next to Eri. "It's okay to be sad, Eri." "But Mirio didn't want me to be sad. He was always smiling. Even when he was hurt, he was still smiling." Izuku grimaced, and carefully put his hand on Eri's shoulder. "Togata smiled so you wouldn't be afraid when things were scary. I think that was pretty brave of him. But I don't think that it's a good idea to keep yourself from being sad when sad things happen. I think that it could hurt us to hold that kind of thing in." Izuku thought back to his encounter with Togata, all of the times that he knew that Togata was hurting, but he would continue to smile, even though Izuku knew it was fake. He understood it. All Might had told Izuku his smile had served the same purpose, but Izuku didn't think that was a good mentality for someone to have, let alone a scared little girl. Eri was sniffling more. She couldn't look at Izuku, but she put her head against his chest. I miss him." Eri cried into his shirt. Izuku hugged her, rubbing her back gently, letting her cry in private. It's all right. But why did Mirio have to die?" Izuku hugged Eri closer. "Bad people, Eri. Bad people like Overhaul, who were going to hurt others like you were hurt, unless Togata stopped them. He saved a lot of people, Eri. I wish he hadn't died. I wish he was still here too." Izuku let Eri stay and cry on him until Nedzu tapped Izuku's shoulder, letting him know that they needed to go. Izuku sighed and carefully pulled away from Eri, his hands on her shoulders. "Eri, I know that things are going to be hard for a while. But we're going to get through this. I want you to be happy too, but we don't need to rush that. We can take as much time as you need, okay?" Eri didn't respond other than to whimper some more, but Izuku was pretty sure she had heard him. He hugged her one more time. "If you ever need me, let me know, and I'll do whatever I can to be there for you, Eri. It's going to be okay." Nedzu picked Eri up and carried her away in her arms, letting Izuku catch up with his classmates. 2C, along with every other student in the school, went back to their dorms, and as one, gathered around the television sets to listen to the Prime Minister's press conference. There had been rumors about what he was going to say. How could there not be with what had been happening ever since Jaku? On the same day that the heroes attempted to snuff out the League of Villains and the newly christened Paranormal Liberation Front, the PLF had launched an attack of their own, the main building of the HPSC being destroyed and the president of the HPSC nearly killed by the villain Redestro. As the heroes fought against the PLF, one of their other members, codenamed Skeptic, released evidence of the HPSC's corruption, including a video showing the number 2 hero Hawks assassinating a villain named Twice. Skeptic also released Dabi's statement showing himself as Todoroki Toya, explaining the number 1 hero's crimes in forcing his wife into a quirk marriage in order to produce offspring powerful enough to supplant All Might, and the abuse Endeavor performed on his family. Most of the country saw Toya as nothing but a pathetic murderer, but that did not dismiss the truth of what had happened to him, of how he and other members of the League of Villains had been hurt by the hero system, or of the corruption of the system that the PLF had revealed. As the 2C students waited for the conference to start, Izuku thought to himself that had the PLF survived at all after the Battle of Jaku, ironically the HPSC might have come out looking better, or at the very least looking like the lesser of 2 evils, a necessity to maintain Japan's security in a time of crisis. Perhaps in another world, if the heroes had to fight against an organized threat long enough for the HPSC to pull itself together and bury some of its secrets deeper, it could have still salvaged its image. Unfortunately for them, the corruption that Skeptic had revealed, let alone the fact that the HPSC had essentially drafted children into a war with a terrorist organization, meant that soon after Jaku, both the United Nations and the World Heroes Association had launched an investigation into the organization. The bad publicity that Jaku had brought to the heroes, coupled with how Redestro and Skeptic's attack had punched a big hole in their cybersecurity, had allowed the international investigators to unearth far more devastating secrets. Prolific use of blackmail, bribery, institutionalized SXL harassment, undue influence over government figures. Endeavor was hardly the only hero involved in a quirk marriage, familial abuse, or even the cover-up of the death of a family member. The most shocking revelation was of the fate of the former pro-hero Lady Nagant, whom the HPSC had used as an assassin of villains and corrupt heroes. When Tsutsumi Kana attempted to protest, she was threatened with death, leading to her killing the former HPSC president. Lady Nagant had been jailed in Tartarus without trial, her fate being used to threaten other reluctant agents. The Japanese government was being forced to review Tsutsumi's case, with the current rumor being that they would have to release her due to pressure from the UN to question her. Ironically, Hawk's killing of Twice, which was used as one of the inciting reasons for the investigation, was deemed justifiable, considering the massive damage that the villain would have caused had he not been stopped. The president of the HPSC had woken up from the damage she received from Redestro, only to find herself in HNDCFFS and being dragged off to Tartarus herself, along with almost all the HPSC's high-ranking members. It seemed as if every day a new revelation was made of the corruption of hero society, whether it be the reveal of an assassination that the HPSC had done, a hero resigning in disgrace, or of a new story of how the HPSC had been manipulating Japanese politics for their own ends. Most shocking to see, though, was when the WHA and UN came to investigate UA itself with the Ministry of Education. Izuku had been sure that nothing would happen, that UA was simply tangential to the ongoing investigations into the HPSC, though it was strange to hear a rumor of a focus on 3A of all things. The WHA finished their investigation first roughly a week ago. The Japanese Hero Public Safety Commission has been shown to have misused its influence, covering up deficiencies in hero society to exude the veneer of justice. This facade has been maintained through systematic corruption and intimidation, acts which it was its duty to fight against. This corruption furthermore has been subtly spread to almost all aspects of life within Japan, from its top government to its education systems, encouraging a systematic prejudice against heteromorphs, individuals with quirks deemed villainous, and individuals with weak or no quirks, all the while granting license to those with powerful quirks to act with impunity. The WHA has regretfully concluded that the Japanese HPSC is corrupt on a fundamental level and cannot justify supporting such a regime. It is the decision of the World Heroes Association that Japan's membership be suspended. On its own, this was as much as the WHA could act against the HPSC, not counting any actions made under the UN's authority, but it had devastating consequences for Japan's image to the rest of the world. Officially, losing WHA membership meant that Japanese heroes lost the authority to operate outside of their own country. However, the true damage from this action was from what was left unsaid. All UN member states had WHA membership. Losing it meant that the WHA saw the Japanese hero system akin to one run by a third-world dictatorship like North Korea. The main reason why membership was denied to these countries was from fear that the heroes would act as foreign assassins or kidnappers. Japan's reputation on the global stage was irrevocably besmirched. Izuku was horrified by this. The heroes that he had admired all his life were deemed as agents for a corrupt organization by the rest of the world, and were seen as corrupt by association. People who had helped others, who had inspired him for years, had their reputations ruined. It was a slight that Izuku and his classmates had not even begun to fully comprehend, even as the Japanese government announced that it would address these findings. The Prime Minister was never a particularly impressive man, and even now his brow visibly glistened with sweat. It made sense considering how there was still an ongoing investigation from the UN as to the HPSC's influence over him and his government, The fact that the HPSC had soaked up so much of the government's funding that would have gone to the JSDF being cited as one of the reasons why Jaku went so badly. The man cleared his throat and spoke. Though the UN investigation is still ongoing, the findings it has brought to light so far have been deemed requiring immediate response. Due to the decision of the WHA to withdraw membership from Japan, and the reveal of how badly our hero system has failed to uphold justice and order, it is the decision of myself and of Parliament to dissolve the HPSC and to integrate our pro-heroes into Japan's police force and emergency services. And that was it. That was what everyone in Japan realized was the death of heroes. For some time, Izuku and the other students, though maybe it was just everyone in the country, walked around in a haze. Heroes, the basis of their society, were gone, and seen by many throughout the world as a disgrace. The dreams of many, their fantasies, their idols, their ability to live a normal life without fear, were no longer there. People would gradually realize the effect that this had on their security and their economy later on, but simply on a pure psychological level? One couldn't comprehend what that did to someone. For weeks, months, and even years afterwards, people would be working, walking, or just standing waiting for a train, when suddenly they would break down crying, feeling the loss of their safety, their stability, their dreams. But life had to go on, however hard it might be. People still had to work towards the future, to try to make something of themselves. In a bizarre way, Izuku and the other general education students had the easiest time out of everyone in UA. The hero courses were left trying to figure out what to do now that their career path was essentially non-existent, if there was anything they could do, if it was possible to integrate into emergency services like their government expected them to when they had been trained with completely different tactics. The support courses had lost their clientele, and had to figure out what to do with all of the tech and materials that they had on hand and how to apply it to whatever society was going to turn into. Maijima Higuri, formerly known as Power Loader, had to completely revamp his course to try to find some new way to reapply the work of his students. Even more so than the hero course, the management courses were left floundering. The hero students at the very least had training on how to use their quirks, even if the methods had to change. The support courses' work could be reapplied to different fields with a bit of tinkering. Management, however, was completely centered on the business of heroes themselves, marketing them to the public, creating merchandise, trying to make them popular. The course had become so specialized over the past few decades that the students had no other focus. Many management students dropped out or transferred into general education before the department could be remade into a more general focus on business. General education, though, didn't have any actual focus on heroics, so the curriculum didn't have to change at all. For Izuku and his classmates, they still had a definitive future ahead of them and the security to pursue it, security which was severely lacking outside the walls of UA. "Eri? It's Izuku. May I come in?" After a moment, Izuku heard Eri's quiet voice. "Okay." Izuku opened the door, seeing Eri sitting on her bed. He wondered if she had moved from there the entire day. He hoped that she was at least eating. "May I sit with you?" Eri briefly looked up at Izuku before nodding. He sat next to her on the bed, and didn't say anything else. She didn't seem like she wanted to talk. Eri's circumstances had become much more difficult than anyone had originally anticipated. As the new school year began, Izuku realized that Eri had lost much more than Togata. Heido Nijire and Amajiki Tamaki, Togata's former fellows in the Big Three, had been helping to take care of Eri and still tried to visit her as often as they could. However, riots and villain attacks had sprung up on a near-constant basis after the breakdown of the HPSC, law enforcement was stretched thin, and the two were needed to assist whoever was trying to maintain order as soon as they had recovered from their injuries from Jaku, limiting what free time they had. Uraraka and Kirishima, who had also participated in the 8 Precepts raid, had visited Eri as well, but they had issues all their own. Both were still dealing with the trauma of being in battle and trying to handle a vast shift to their class curriculum brought by their new homeroom teacher. As such, Izuku had become Eri's main source of socialization. Togata had joked with Izuku that he had become something of a therapist for the students he had been working with, but Izuku oftentimes had no idea how to help Eri. When she was willing, he'd talk to her, help her learn how to improve her reading and writing, play games with her. he had been teaching her how to play chess, but most often she was quiet and still like this. Sometimes Izuku could get her to draw or practice writing or reading, but he sensed that she wasn't feeling up to that today. He felt scared, worried that Eri was regressing to a state she had been in when she was being tormented by Overhaul. As Izuku was stressing about this though, he felt a small, warm presence on the fingers of his right hand. He looked down and saw that Eri had timidly taken hold of his right index finger. Smiling, he folded his hand around hers. The two didn't say anything else for the remaining time Izuku was there. He didn't press her to. For now, Izuku would just make sure that Eri knew he was there for her. Okay Eri, show Mr. Nedzu what you've been practicing. Izuku hoped that Eri wasn't nervous as she nodded to him and Nedzu as they observed her from the other side of the room. She turned to a plate with a rotten apple on it and put her hands out. Her horns started to glow, enveloping the apple in a white light. The apple's brown spots started to turn red as the fruit was being restored to its fresh state. However, Eri began to cringe, and the energy from her horns started to fluctuate. The apple she was working with started to fade from red to green and shrink. Fortunately, this was something Izuku and Eri had planned for. Are you able to stop Eri? Eri winced, trying to get rewind under control. The apple stopped shrinking noticeably, but Eri's horn was still glowing. I can't, she admitted, still facing away from Izuku and Nedzu as she was focusing on the apple in front of her. That's okay, Eri, Izuku said calmly. You know what to do. Eri nodded and pulled out a stress ball, shifting her focus away from the apple. As she glared and squeezed the ball, the apple she had been previously focusing on stopped shrinking entirely while the ball glowed. After a few seconds though, Eri's quirk stopped fluctuating and the glow subsided. How are you, Eri? Izuku asked. I'm okay. My horn isn't hurting me anymore. She answered. May I come over? Eri nodded, and Izuku walked over beside her, observing the apple. It was no longer red, but it was still in a distinguishable apple shape. Izuku pulled out a book on farming, and he and Eri looked at pictures showing the growth of a red delicious. Alright, it looks like this apple was rewound by 2 months. You're doing a lot better controlling your quirk, Eri. Eri frowned though as she looked at the apple. I made it green though. It's still a great improvement, though. Izuku pointed out, closing the book. And besides, that wasn't really the point of what we were doing here, anyway. I must agree with Midoriya, young Eri, Nedzu declared, applauding her efforts. Your quirk will require more time before you can use it practically, but the fact that you were able to redirect Rewind's energy away from the apple before it could be damaged too much is quite the accomplishment. Eri fiddled with the stress ball in her hands. Izuku told me that my quirk's only dangerous to things that are alive, so if I can point it to something that isn't alive, it can't hurt anyone. It's a lot easier to use now. Essentially firing your quirk into the sand, I see? Very good, Eri. Very good. Nedzu responded, smiling. Eri didn't quite smile back, but she didn't shrink away either, which felt like progress to Izuku. After Izuku had finished his time with Eri and had to head back to his dorms, Nedzu met him outside, staring out at the setting sun. Vaguely, Izuku could still hear chanting and shouting outside the gates of UA and likely beyond. He wondered how much more Nedzu could discern with his enhanced hearing. I was quite concerned for Eri's well-being when the school board had Aizawa retire. Considering how potentially dangerous her quirk can be, there was a chance that she would have had to be transferred to a state-run orphanage to contain her without the safety Aizawa's quirk provided. If the government could have spared anyone to check on her as things are right now, anyway. Izuku felt sick at the thought. He had considered this possibility when Aizawa had explained to him and Eri that he wasn't going to be able to take care of her anymore and other UA teachers would be watching over her, but it was quite something to hear it spoken out loud. Which is why it gives me great pleasure to be able to show Child Services the progress you've made with Eri. It will still take some time for her to properly use Rewind, but with the safety measures you've provided, I am relieved to know that she will be allowed to be somewhere safe and familiar to her. The Chimera looked up to Izuku. Truly, Midoriya, I am grateful to you. Taking you on as my student may have been one of the greatest decisions of my life. This news, and the sincere gratitude from his mentor touched Izuku, and he smiled back. It's a relief to me too, sir. You've been the best teacher I've ever had. Nedzu stared at Izuku for a moment before looking away and sighing, staring at the horizon again. I'm glad you think so, Midoriya. I've made many mistakes as of late, and it is good to know that I have still managed to make a positive impact in my students' lives. The fact is though, you've done far more than just be a good student, and you have my gratitude. Is there anything I could do to repay you for this? Izuku was going to say no, but the sound of a crash far off in the distance of Mizudafu made him pause for thought. There might be something. Didn't you say that you needed to hire more help for Recovery Girl? I'm not sure about this, Izuku. Izuku clenched his phone, trying to keep his own fear out of his voice. He had meant to call when he had a free PRD, after he had time to get all of his arguments together and present a case that would hopefully convince his mother to apply for a nursing job inside UA. However, when he had read the hero post, still active even after the HPSC's fall, that morning before class started he had rushed outside so quickly he had nearly knocked Yamada over to call his mother at her hospital immediately. Homeroom be dmed. Principal Nedzu has assured me that UA doesn't operate off of nepotism, so he's not going to give you a job just because I asked. He did tell me though that he needs to hire more nurses to help Recovery Girl, and the pay and benefits are a lot better than what you're getting now. Not to mention, Recovery Girl has had to go out and help people even more than any of the doctors at your hospital. Izuku pointed out. If you got a job here, you'd be relieving a lot of work from her shoulders and helping out a lot of people. You'd get to live on the campus, Mom. It would be so much easier for us to spend time together. Izuku said, trying to haggle his mother out of her reluctance. Izuku, I appreciate how highly you think of me, but UA is still the top school in the country. I don't think that I really have the credentials for a nursing position there. I've looked at the job requirements. You more than meet them. Please, could you at least apply? Izuku begged. I don't like that you're living by yourself while all of this is going on. Sweetie, you don't need to worry about me, Inko said, trying to reassure her son. Izuku's relationship with his mother hadn't been perfect, but he loved her more than anyone else in the world and knew that she loved him just as much, if not more. She was his lone support and friend for most of his life, who, despite not believing in his dream to become a hero after his quirkless diagnosis, had always been there to talk to him, or to offer him a hug when he wasn't willing to talk. He'd feel sad and guilty towards her when something was upsetting her or when she felt stressed, and he tried to be there for her as much as she could be for him. Sometimes, Izuku would feel frustrated when he knew his mother was upset, but she'd pretend that nothing was wrong. Perhaps that was hypocritical of him. However, having seen what he had on his phone prior to calling, and hearing his mother tell him not to worry, it was the very first time in Izuku's life that he actually felt angry at her. Mom, stop. Izuku suddenly hissed, practically feeling the flinch on the other side of the line. I know that you're not telling me the truth about how bad it is there. What? Izuku, why would you say something like? Someone posted pictures of Airjet after he was attacked, Mom. I know that you aren't telling me how badly he, or any of the other people caught up in the mob were hurt. There was silence on the other end of the line, but faintly, Izuku was certain he could hear his mother sniffling and hyperventilating. He knew she was scared and stressed out. When he had seen the post, Izuku almost had to throw up. Airjet had responded to a villain attack, only to arrive as the criminals were exchanging fire with a group of civilians armed with illegal support gear. The vigilantes hadn't been properly trained to handle their equipment, catching several bystanders in an attack. This had resulted in the firefight going even more out of control and sparking a panicked mob. When Airjet had tried to intervene, one of his legs was severed at the knee by a stray attack and he was trampled by the rampaging crowd before an ambulance managed to pick him up and drive him to the Mizudafu hospital. Izuku took a breath to try to calm himself down. I don't want you to get caught up in something like that, Mom. You would be safer here, please, I just don't want you to get hurt. He begged, finally having an idea of how scared his mother was when she agreed to let him live at the dorms in UA. Finally, she relented. Okay, Izuku. If you're really that confident that I can get the job, I'll send an application. Nedzu had indeed warned Izuku that he couldn't just give his mother a job, she would need to go through the proper channels for the nursing position. That being said, him receiving her application, interviewing her for the position, and offer of the job took less than the span of a week. Izuku felt so grateful to Nedzu for giving his mother the job that when he was asked to help out in the sports festival, he readily agreed. Testing, testing. Midoriya spoke into his microphone one last time into the empty stadium. Alright, looks like you've got a handle on the controls, Midoriya. Yamada said from his seat next to Izuku in the announcer's booth. We should be ready for the festival next week. Thank you, Yamada-sensei. Izuku replied, bowing to his teacher. Yamada gave Izuku a small, albeit strained smile before staring out over the empty stadium. Present Mick's almost ever-present grin was missing now, and Izuku was stuck in an uncomfortable silence. He was about to say something when Yamada spoke again. I really got to thank you for doing this for us, Midoriya. It's a big help. We want to make this a good sports festival, go out with a bang, you know? Izuku blinked, feeling nervous. What do you? Is this going to be the last sports festival? He asked, voicing his concern over a rumor he had been hearing. Yamada was quiet again before he answered. No, we'll still have sports festivals in the future. Just not anything like this, he gestured towards the stadium. Nothing here, nothing televised, just more like what other schools do. Oh, well at least there's that. Izuku tried to be positive. His attempts didn't seem to work, as Yamada was still staring out into the stadium, an empty look in his eyes. You doing all right, Midoriya? Yamada asked vaguely. I know things have been rough for everyone. Me? Izuku thought about the mass of protesters outside UA that his mom had to fight through just to get into the school. She got in though, and she was safe. She seemed happy, mentioning how grateful recovery girls seemed to be for the help. I'm doing alright. It's great to have my mom in UA where it's safe. That's good, Yamada answered. The former hero still seemed out of it. It's also really nice to know that we're all still here. Izuku added, trying to cheer his teacher up. I was kind of worried that UA might, close down with what happened to the HPSC and whatever the investigation into the school was about. As bad as things have been in the rest of the country, UA's been the best time of my life, and I'm really grateful to you and Nedzu for helping me figure out what I wanted to do with myself. You've been a really great teacher. Finally, Yamada looked at Izuku, but his expression didn't change and he looked away again. You think I'm a great teacher, huh? I do, sensei. No one ever gave me a chance before you, no other teacher ever made me feel proud of myself or that I was anything other than in the way. You are a great teacher, Yamada-sensei. Yamada's expression cringed. Then why do I feel so shitty? Izuku had no idea how to answer this. He knew that Present Mike was friends with Ms. Midnight and Eraserhead, so he imagined that having one die and the other retire would be tough on him. Yamada pinched the bridge of his nose, as if he was frustrated for breaking down like this in front of a teenager. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be putting this on you. It's just, being here, makes me think of all of the times in the past where I was the announcer for the sports festival with Shota, thinking about the good times, you know? But now, I'm just wondering if those times were really as good as I thought. All the times that I blew off my own class for the hero students, the times that I made a kid look good for the crowd even if I knew they were rotten, and I've been finding out about what happened to a lot of the kids that I didn't hype up. Izuku blinked, curious. What do you mean? Yamada leaned back in his seat, sighing in exhaustion. I don't know if you'd heard about this, but Sho had a reputation for expelling the most students in the school. The year before last, he expelled his entire class. He expelled the entire class? Izuku exclaimed out loud, finding it hard to believe. Yeah. Thing is, we thought it wasn't as bad as it sounded. Usually, he'd have all of his expelled students transferred to Gen Ed, basically putting them all on Nemuri and me, Yamada added bitterly. He treated it as giving them a wake-up call, making them take heroics seriously before transferring them all back the next year. He tilted his head towards Izuku while he was still facing the ceiling. Sho and I had this friend when we were students, Oboro. Great guy. He shuddered, clenching his eyes as if in pain. He sighed before moving on. He died while we were out on the field. It hit Sho pretty hard, I think that's why he was so harsh on his students. I didn't agree with him, but I didn't argue with him about it either. I guess I made myself think he had a point. I mean, they got back into the hero course eventually, so it should have been fine, right? Izuku could detect the underlying sarcasm. He dared to ask a question. But, if he expelled his students, didn't that mean that they'd still miss out on a whole year of training? Yamada sighed again, eyes shut. Yeah, they did. But that wasn't the biggest problem. See, even if they were allowed back into the hero course, they still had black marks on their permanent records. I found out during the investigation that it makes it really hard for someone to get a decent job, even if they graduated from UA. Heck, especially if they graduated from UA, it's not like anyone can look at someone that got a black mark from a top school and see that as a good thing. Agencies wouldn't take them seriously, and if they tried to get a job outside of heroics, they had to deal with a black mark and the fact that they hadn't been trained for anything else. Yamada leaned forward, his head in his hands and his elbows set on his knees. The investigators told us about what happened to the kids Sho expelled. Some of them got kicked out of their homes. Some became homeless. Some committed suicide. Some were at Jaku, fighting for the PLF. Izuku was shocked and felt sick to his stomach. He wondered, how much had he dodged by not applying to the hero course? It sounded as if he had somehow passed the entrance exam. Things would have turned out worse for him if he had ended up in Aizawa's class. Izuku had a feeling that a quirkless kid like him would have been the perfect scapegoat to get everyone else to behave. Sho, he only retired officially, but that was just the board being as nice as they could because of his injuries. No one's going to let him take a teaching position, and since he lost his leg and an eye, he couldn't be a hero anymore even if the HPSC was still running. I hate to admit it, but considering what's happened, he got off easy. I'm sorry that this happened. It sounds like he was a good friend of yours, Izuku tried to mumble out timidly. Yeah, well, maybe that was a problem all its own. Yamada suddenly shouted, making Izuku flinch, though his teacher went on. I went along with what he said. We all did, even if I thought it was unfair. We let this all happen on our watch. We let all of those kids down. And how else have we been screwing everyone over? Having an entrance exam that focuses on big, flashy quirks, having a sports festival and acting like we're being inclusive and giving the other students a chance to get into the hero course even though it still caters to the exact same kind of quirk? Letting psychopathic kids use their quirks to maim their classmates on live television? Can pushing his class into a stupid rivalry with Sho? We made heroics a competition, no, a popularity contest. And Sho was always ragging on the system even though he was the one benefiting from it. And I just let him. I treated it like a joke. Yamada finally needed to take a breath and looked at Izuku, who had cringed away, staring at his teacher with his hands over his ears. None of the glass was cracked, so Yamada was pretty sure that he hadn't used his quirk, but he still just unloaded a truckload of angst on a 16-year-old. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I shouldn't have been shouting at you like that. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Still wincing a bit, Izuku pulled his hands away from his ears. It's all right, sensei. Things are kind of tough now, I get it. You made mistakes just like everyone else. We've just got to try to learn from them, and try to figure out how to move forward. Yamada sighed and sat back up straight. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do. Yeah, Izuku went on, a bit more encouraged. Let's do our best to make sure everyone has fun at this sports festival, plus ultra. The most Yamada could manage was a small smile, though his heart still didn't seem really in it. Yeah, let's make this a good one. We owe it to those kids. Taking Izuku's advice to apply to UA was one of the best decisions of Inko's life. She had her friends at the Muzudafa hospital, but Inko couldn't help but pick up on the condescending attitudes of certain coworkers towards her when they found out that she had given birth to a quirkless son. Some looked at her with contempt, while others acted as if Inko was carrying a heavy burden. Both attitudes Inko had been forced to learn to ignore lest she give in to her urge to use her quirk to rip out some teeth. At UA though, when the other staff realized that Izuku was Inko's son, they had nothing but praise for him. Kansekijiro had talked about the improvements his students had made to their quirks thanks to Izuku. Maijima had told her of how some of Izuku's ideas would have suited him well to the support course, and her new supervisor Shizenji Chio, formerly Recovery Girl, had confided her gratitude in Inko how many student injuries Izuku's analysis had helped to avert. Inko had already been proud of her baby boy coming to UA at all, but hearing about all the good that he had done? Frankly, she doubted that he could have done as much even if he had gotten into the hero course, and he had shown himself to be so much more than even she had come to admire. Besides that, the work was a nice respite. In the days after the HPSC's fall, it was all Inko could do to get home to get some sleep, overwhelmed by severity and the sheer number of injured being brought in as a result of all of the panic and anger that seemed to permeate society now. It was the worst when a former hero was brought in. Quite a few were still trying to do their jobs, but without the support and coordination of an organization like the HPSC, injuries and fatalities were skyrocketing. Heroes couldn't rely on anyone to redirect support towards their location when things went bad, and equipment that they had come to rely on now no longer had HPSC-paid technicians to maintain. All of that was a minor concern compared to the sheer number of heroes who had simply quit, abandoning their profession in response to the loss of the HPSC support, the trauma of what they had experienced in Jaku, or simply the constant vitriol they faced from the public that they were expected to still protect, leaving those who remained with even less support. So when heroes were brought in, their injuries were often quite dire. Airjet's situation was hardly unique to him, and Inko had been hiding just how sick and exhausted she had felt to Izuku many times before their phone call. In truth, Izuku had probably saved Inko's life simply by preventing her from having a nervous breakdown from the stress of the job. There was quite a bit of work to handle under Shizenji, but even with as intense as some of the students' exercises could get, it was nothing compared to what Inko had seen, and Shizenji was truly grateful for Inko's help. It was such a nice respite to have someone who took her so seriously, who saw her son as a mark of pride rather than something Inko should be embarrassed about like a few of her old coworkers. Another benefit was the more regular hours working at a school nurse's office compared to the hectic pace of a big city hospital, which often meant that Inko was called in to work late shifts. Nowadays, she had time to go home regularly, read a book, take up yoga, take a nap, or visit Izuku. It was sorely tempting for Inko to visit Izuku at every opportunity, though she restrained herself from embarrassing him too much. On the occasions that she did drop by though, Inko couldn't help herself and ended up cooking a meal for 2C, earning her the title Midoriya, which she was rather proud of. That being said, sometimes her visits could get uncomfortable, and not for the reason that one might normally assume for a mother visiting her son in front of his friends. As far as Inko could tell, Izuku was never bothered by her dropping by, nor were any of his classmates. They were always very welcoming, and particularly grateful whenever she found something to help them out with. However, on a few of these visits, Inko would find one of the students crying. When she asked Inui Ryo, the school's guidance counselor, about this, he made her realize that her mothering them, cooking for them, helping them with homework, or talking to them about their problems, might be reminding them of their own parents, triggering some fears that they had of their family's safety outside of UA. On a few of these occasions, where Inko would find a student off on their own, knees tucked into their chests, she could only try to offer what assurances she could. She began to understand how her son felt, becoming something of another therapist for these kids. Unfortunately, Inko could see that her free time was not a luxury shared amongst many of her coworkers. While the title of Pro Hero did not technically exist anymore, many of the teachers at UA would still go out in an attempt to maintain the patrols they once had. Allegedly, they were still supposed to be directed by Japan's Ministry of Law Enforcement, though as the government was reeling from the loss of the HPSC, much of the pay and chain of command was lost, and required those willing to maintain their posts to act on their own initiative, further complicating an already horrendous mess. Yamada, Izuku's homeroom teacher, was one of those who was trying to carry on and keep things from falling apart even more. Due to how his quirk, voice, could be used to quarrel and rebuff large groups of people, he was often asked to patrol areas where riots were suspected to spring up. This, coupled with his duties as a teacher, made it difficult for him to get time outside of work, which was even more concerning due to the fact that as Aizawa's closest associate, he was currently the teacher taking care of Eri. Izuku had been somewhat evasive about the little girl whose quirk he had been helping to control, Though once Inko had been made part of the UA staff and was given more clearance, she could understand why. Inko did not want to think about what had happened to such a little girl while imprisoned by the 8 precepts, and she was likewise unsettled by what accidents involving a quirk as powerful as Rewind may have entailed, and how they would have affected Eri's mental well-being. Learning that Izuku had taken such a proactive effort in helping a girl in such a difficult situation made Inko even prouder of her son than she could have imagined. So, when she overheard Yamada saying that he needed to take a night to go on patrol, requiring that Izuku babysit Eri, Inko volunteered to help. That night, Yamada greeted the two at the door of his apartment, thanking them before he had to rush out. Inko tried to stay calm, having been warned by Izuku that Eri could be wary around strangers. Thankfully, while the little girl was keeping her distance from Inko as Izuku knelt next to her, she wasn't looking at Inko in fear as far as she could tell, even seeming somewhat interested at Inko's appearance. Also, maybe Inko was just being a little over-emotional, but Eri looked like the most precious thing in the world. "Eri, this is my mom. I think Yamada-sensei told you about her? She's going to be helping me take care of you tonight," Izuku said, gesturing towards Inko. Inko smiled at the little girl, doing her best to be gentle and keep her distance until Eri felt comfortable with her. "Hello Eri, it's nice to meet you," she said, nodding. Eri still seemed somewhat wary, staying close to Izuku, but she wasn't hiding either. "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya." Eri tried to bow back. "You look like Izuku," she observed. Inko laughed. "Yes, I suppose I do. Izuku picked up most of his genes from me after all." Thankfully, Eri seemed comfortable with Inko enough that Izuku could start to carry on with their usual tasks for the day. As Inko got the ingredients for dinner together, she observed Izuku handle some quirk training with Eri. He pulled out several apples that had been left out to ripen for too long and instructed her to try to rewind them back to a fresh state. While Inko wasn't as intrigued by quirks as her son was, it was fascinating to watch as Eri's horn glowed and enveloped each of the apples in turn, watching as they slowly turned a brighter red, though from there Eri seemed to have trouble as she continued to channel energy into the fruit until it disappeared, turned into a bud, or was reduced to a small, green color. Being a nurse, a part of Inko's mind that she had passed on to Izuku excitedly considered the possible applications Eri's quirk could have. She could heal almost all injuries, cure all diseases. If Eri could learn to fine-tune her quirk enough, she might be able to target specific cells such as cancer or to repair genetic damage. However, it was clear that Rewind could take a lot of energy, as despite not moving from her seat, Eri looked exhausted after the endeavor. Inko felt for the little girl. She couldn't imagine how difficult it could be to live with such a finicky and potentially dangerous quirk. Her own attraction of small objects was extremely simple in comparison. After Eri had made her attempt on each of the apples, Izuku praised her, pointing out how she hadn't needed to redirect her quirk at any point, though the little girl still seemed disappointed in herself. Pausing in her preparations for just a moment, Inko brought an apple juice box over for the little girl. "Here, Eri, you look tired." Eri's look of disappointment faded. "Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya," she said before gratefully sipping on the juice. Izuku smiled a thanks to Inko as well before she went back to work. While Inko started to work on the rice and pound some pork chops into shape, Izuku began a different lesson for Eri, teaching her how to play chess. Inko was proud of her son, but part of her shuddered for Eri's sake. Ever since Izuku had started taking lessons with Principal Nedzu, he had become essentially unbeatable in the game, and Inko had spent many nights mentally exhausted from the games Izuku had convinced her to play and completely slaughter her in. She smiled though as Eri seemed to pick up on the game well enough, having fun with the little pieces. They worked through a game before stopping, as Eri unexpectedly approached the counter where Inko was working. "Mrs. Midoriya, what are you making?" Eri asked in interest, watching as Inko mixed skis into the breadcrumbs. "I'm making katsudon," Inko replied, noting with pleasure the sight of her son's mouth watering. "Have you ever had it, Eri?" When Eri shook her head, Inko explained, "Katsudon is basically pork fried in breadcrumbs and served over rice." She proceeded to cover the pork chops in flour, followed by slathering them in beaten egg yolk. "I'm just about to bread these pork chops." Noticing Eri's rapt attention, Inko decided to let her get involved. Would you like to help Eri? Eri nodded, somewhat timidly, but still interested in the prospect of a meal that could get Izuku so excited. Well, if you two could wash your hands, I would appreciate it. Once Izuku and Eri's hands were clean, Izuku showed Eri how to dredge the pork chops in breadcrumbs. The sight made Inko smile with nostalgia, remembering how she had shown Izuku how to do the same when he was Eri's age. Once the two were done, Inko would have to handle the rest of the cooking herself, but the two were still too engrossed in the sound and smell of the sizzling pork chops and stir-fried vegetables to move too far away, so Izuku brought over some paper and crayons to the kitchen's island table for Eri to draw with. As the pork chops were starting to turn brown, Inko couldn't help but notice what Eri was drawing. Eri, is that you and Izuku with cat ears? She asked, her heart melting at the image. Eri nodded. I'm drawing Izuku, Mirio, and me back when they took me to their cat cafe. Oh right, Inko remarked. Izuku told me about that. That sounds like it was fun. Inko smiled as she transferred the pork chops to a plate to cool. Do you want to see the picture we took there? Eri suggested, her eyes lighting up. Inko noticed her son starting to blush, and her mom instincts told her that this was something she needed to see. Eri ran off to her room and picking up a framed photograph, displaying Eri, the deceased hero student Togata Mirio, and Izuku, wearing a Nico outfit, all of them wearing cat ears and a kitten on their heads. Oh, Izuku! Inko squealed with glee, hugging him close. Why didn't you send me a copy? She demanded. I could do that if you want, Mom. Just, Izuku's voice lowered to an embarrassed murmur, please don't show it to too many people. Inko laughed and transferred the breaded pork chops to plates of rice, announcing that their meal was ready. Itadakimasu, the three declared before digging in. Eri took a careful bite, and her eyes lit up. It's really good, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko smiled, her heart warming at the sight of Eri enjoying her meal so much. With how busy everyone who had been taking care of the little girl had been, Inko felt a brief pang in her chest. She was sure that Yamada and the other teachers would make sure Eri was fed and cared for, but Inko wondered how often Eri was able to get a good home-cooked meal like this. With their meal eaten and no one having any work left, Inko made a suggestion. Eri, how would you feel about a movie? Eri's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth twitching. That sounds fun. What movie are we going to watch? Well, let's see what we have available. Izuku turned Yamada's television on and set the streaming service to select a random children's movie. Inko prepared some popcorn for the three of them before sitting with Eri and Izuku and seeing what they had found. Surprisingly, Izuku hadn't picked a hero movie. This looks nice, Inko said, observing the movie's title cover, featuring a mouse wearing a red coat holding a ruby alongside a goofy-looking crow. How does this sound, Eri? Would you like to watch it? Okay, Eri said after some consideration. All right then. The Secret of Nim it is, Inko exclaimed, ready to watch a relaxing kids' movie. This was a horrible mistake. What twisted mind came up with a film like this? Inko stared at the screen in horror as it seemed that every nightmare she had ever had as a single mother was condensed into the space of an hour and a half. It was bad enough watching a widowed mouse's home, holding her sick infant son, nearly get torn to pieces by a plow, but then Mrs. Brisby barely avoided getting eaten by a giant spider, a demonic cat literally named Dragon, nearly decapitated by an insane rat, and now her home was sinking into a mud pit with her children still inside. It took all of Inko's willpower not to scream at Justin to let Mrs. Brisby go and save her children as she was trying to claw her way out of his grip. The movie ended with her managing to save them, but good grief, she was going to have nightmares from this. Then it began to hit her that Eri had just sat through all of this as well. She turned to her side and saw that Eri was sitting unmoving, staring at the screen. What had she just had this little traumatized girl sit through? Eri, Inko stammered, are you all right? I'm sorry, that was so scary. That was so cool. Eri suddenly burst out in excitement with an actual smile on her face. What? Do you like that movie? Inko asked. Yeah, Eri squealed. There were a lot of scary parts, But Mrs. Brisby was so brave. And the magic was so cool and Jeremy was really funny and Eri looked at Inko and frowned. Mrs. Midoriya? I think you're hurting Izuku. You can't breathe. Izuku gasped for air as his mother had at some point latched onto him in a hug in some instinctual desire to protect her baby. Inko squeaked, releasing Izuku and apologizing profusely. After he had caught his breath though, Izuku's attention was caught when he looked at Eri's smile and grinned. So, you like that movie Eri? He asked, kneeling down. Yeah. Eri said again, quickly recovering from her concern. Thank you so much for letting me watch it, Izuku and Mrs. Midoriya. Inko felt touched by Eri's innocent joy, even more so when the little girl hugged Izuku, and then Inko in turn, which she gladly reciprocated. Later, after Eri had brushed her teeth and had gone to bed, Izuku suddenly enveloped Inko in his own hug. Mom, thank you so much for coming. I think you made Eri feel really good. That was the first time I've seen her smile since Togata died. Izuku's statement filled Inko with pleasure, but also concern. That little girl had been through so much. The teachers here were doing what she could for Eri, but there was only so much that they could do. At that moment, Inko resolved to do something to help Eri. The next day, Inko found Yamada in the staff room. Yamada, may I have a word with you? Inko asked her son's homeroom teacher. Sure, what is it? The former hero responded. To my understanding, you're acting as Eri's primary caregiver, but I was also told that some of the other teachers have been stepping in. What exactly is Eri's current situation as far as who is taking care of her? Does she have an official guardian? At this question, Yamada sighed in exhaustion. I wish I had an answer. Excuse me? Inko responded, confused. Yamada fixed Inko with a tired expression. It used to be that Shota, the homeroom teacher for Class A, was acting as her guardian. His quirk let him handle the possibility that Eri's quirk would go out of control. But now that he's been forced to retire and why he had to retire, it was decided that he couldn't. Right now, it's just whoever's left at UA watching over her. Usually it's me since I was the closest to Sho, Yamada grimaced. But to be honest, Eri's situation is kind of up in the air right now. The only reason Child Services hasn't taken her somewhere else is because they're swamped handling situations for kids that have it even worse. At least here, Eri has food, a roof over her head, and people, Yamada managed a small smile, your son helping her handle her quirk, but Eri doesn't have anyone really fixed in her life, if you know what I mean. Yamada sighed, facing the floor. Eri trusts me enough to stay here and eat food that I make her, but I know it's been really rough on her. She doesn't see me the same way she did for Sho, or Togata, or heck, even your son, and I can't blame her. I've been trying for the little listener, I really have, but I've also got all of these other kids to take care of, and I keep getting asked to help out by the police, so I keep having to leave her with babysitters like this. Inko looked at Yamada with sympathy. She had her suspicions that Eri's guardianship wasn't exactly stable, but it was still upsetting to have them confirmed. However, she had been thinking about something ever since she started to have these suspicions. Yamada, would it perhaps be helpful if Eri stayed over at my apartment? Yamada blinked, looking at Inko. Are you saying that you want to adopt her? Inko couldn't help but feel butterflies in her stomach at this statement, but she tried to push them down and handle the situation rationally. I understand that Eri's legal status as far as guardianship could be difficult right now, and I know that I have only known her for a day, but I can't help but think that she might benefit from having a more, and don't take this the wrong way, Yamada, Inko tried to add respectfully, but it might be helpful for her to have someone who's had more experience raising a child. Even if I would just be fostering her unofficially, it would make me a lot happier to know that Eri has someone taking care of her who has the time to be with her. Are you sure about this? Yamada asked after considering Inko for a moment. It sounds like you and the rest of the teachers have been trying to take care of Eri to the best of your ability. It makes sense that I would help as I'm able to, especially since I don't have the added responsibilities of hero work. Yamada blinked, looking away from Inko for a moment. As he thought though, it seemed as if he was relaxing more. Well, if you're up to it, let's see what Eri thinks. About a week after the sports festival, Izuku was called to a meeting in the teacher's lounge with the new Class A teacher. Midoriya Izuku? My name is Tsuragami Kenji. Though the man in front of him wasn't a hero, Izuku was certainly impressed by his stature, as well as Tsuragami's beagle quirk, which granted him a white and brown dog head, albeit with not as extensive mutations as the school's guidance counselor, Hound Dog. From what Izuku had heard, Tsuragami was once the chief of police, but was about to retire when the Battle of Jakku occurred. As the heroes were expected to integrate into the police force, he was deemed as the best possible teacher to help the former hero students to handle that shift. Izuku bowed respectfully towards the man, still curious what the new teacher wanted to speak to him about, though he began to get an idea when he saw copies of the analysis he had done for the Class A students in front of him, which Tsuragami gestured to. I understand that you've helped the Hero Course students with your analysis. I was quite impressed with your work with Shoji and Yaoyorozu in particular. Izuku blushed with the praise. Thank you, Tsuragami-sensei, but it's really down to their hard work and talent. Tsuragami nodded. It's true that they should be praised for their work, but that's not why I wanted to talk to you. Izuku calmed down, making himself pay attention. You see, Midoriya, I was asked to take this position to better help the students of what used to be the hero courses integrate into the new system, to incorporate strategies focusing on teamwork and long-range combat. Most heroes have been trained to focus on techniques that are powerful, but oftentimes impractical and potentially hazardous to their surroundings. Izuku couldn't help but think of MT Lady's Canyon Cannon move. Or focus on close combat akin to a gladiator-style fight, techniques which look good to spectators and the press but aren't really practical. Izuku blinked in surprise. Okay, but what do I have to do with that? Tsuragami gestured to Izuku's analysis. I've looked at some of the analysis you've done for the hero students, and noticed that in many regards, you've already given the students some ideas and strategies that could help them better integrate into the police program. Shoji cited you as the reason why he first started learning how to use firearms, Hagakure took your advice in focusing on silent takedowns, and Mina has learned to be more adaptable with how she uses her acid because of your advice. Really, most of your analysis had nothing to do with the showboating that heroism has been criticized for and is quite practical. Tsuragami folded his hands together and leaned forward. I understand that you, like everyone else, are navigating uncharted waters as it were, but your work has shown promise. I was hoping that I could ask you to use your analysis on heroes, but apply it to the strategies used police and rescue operations. Izuku was flattered that he would be trusted to this regard. It made him feel relieved that his work was still applicable, possibly even more so to what heroics was turning into. If you think that I can be of assistance, I would love to help, sensei. Tsuragami smiled and started to rifle his way through the analysis. Let's get started then. Tsuragami began to give Izuku a brief overview of the kinds of principles and strategies that the former hero students were expected to abide by. It seemed that his biggest difficulty was in personalizing training to each of the students and their quirks. Police were trained by a standardized system, previously only a few being allowed to use their quirks, and only in specific circumstances. This meant that Tsuragami wanted details as specific as possible on the limits of his students' quirks. What range could Mina launch her acid? What was the mental deterioration of Sato's sugar rush, etc., comparing them to the range of firearms or the impact resistance of body armor. Despite the different mindset that Izuku was being asked to adopt here, it was quite exciting for him to explore, particularly in applying the students into collaborative scenarios, figuring out the distance that Kaminari needed his allies to be at to safely use his shock discs, how many of the other students' Zero's tape could support when rappelling down a building, or how much energy Hagakure could refract from Aoyama's naval laser. At this point though, Tsuragami had to stop Izuku. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but Aoyama is no longer a student at UA. Izuku dropped the notebook he was reading through. What? Why? He and his family immigrated back to France. He transferred to a hero school there. Tsuragami picked out a few documents, separating them from the others. Bakugu, Kirishima, Rin, and Mineta also all dropped out. As much as Izuku had come to realize how much better off he was without Bakugu in his life, he couldn't believe that he would just quit. From what Izuku had seen of Kirishima, He was also surprised at how someone so exuberant would drop out. He couldn't understand why Rin would either. The less said about Mineta the better. Why so many though? Why now? Tsuragami gave a tired sigh. I wasn't that surprised, to be honest. Rin's family wasn't happy with the revelations of what's gone on with the HPSC or this school and decided that he's better off in his home country. Tsunatori from 2B is the same. Her family has moved back to the US. Besides that though, UA is having the same issues as all of the police and rescue departments are in integrating heroes. Even disregarding the backlash from all of the scandals being revealed, quite a few heroes simply retired when they realized that they weren't going to be supported by the HPSC and living as celebrities anymore. Some have become vigilantes. Even those that tried to integrate are having problems adapting to the new rules and limitations to the system. I expect more students to drop out before the end of the semester. It's like I told you, Midoriya, a lot of heroes have been trained to handle issues in a way that isn't compatible with police work. We can't just sweep the expenses of a fight that wrecks a city block under the carpet anymore. Izuku looked at the files. Aoyama seemed to revel in the glamour of heroism. With that gone, Izuku could understand how he would lose interest. Izuku remembered Mineta talking about how he wanted to become a hero to attract girls, and would likely have quit for similar reasons. Bakugo, knowing Bakugo the way Izuku did, it was probably the loss of the ranking system that sealed the deal for his former bully. Bakugo had always seen heroism in the way that Endeavor had, as a competition to prove himself the best. Without the competition, Izuku guessed that Bakugo would have chafed at the standardized, regimented form that heroism was taking. Considering what Tsuragami said, most likely Bakugo was either going to join the former heroes that were attempting to protest the changes in the system, or he was going to become a vigilante. As for Kirishima, it might not have been fair for Izuku to judge the boy like this, but regardless of his far more positive attitude, following after someone like Bakugo unfortunately threw his own character into question. Yaoyorozu had in confidence shared a frustrating argument she had with Kirishima in the wake of Bakugo's kidnapping. She had managed to attach a tracker to one of the Nomu used in the summer camp attack and had given a receiver to the heroes. Kirishima had overheard this and wanted to use a second receiver to try to track down Bakugo himself. Yaoyorozu had refused on the grounds of the idea being stupid, dangerous, and illegal, and none of their classmates thought that it was a good idea either. A rift had formed between Kirishima and the rest of the class since then. Izuku could recognize that Kirishima wasn't like the sycophants that followed Bakugo around in Aldra, but he also felt that he was clinging to an image of Bakugo that simply wasn't true, one that was going to seriously hurt him. If Izuku was right and Bakugo was acting as a vigilante now, he didn't like to think about how that was going to turn out. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki had finally shaken off that shitty middle school and started UA. Deku still thought he was better than he actually was, and Katsuki made sure to remind him of his place before the year went out, but it wasn't like it mattered anyway. Deku was stuck with a bunch of other extras who had failed the hero course exams. Even if he was at UA, he was going to be a stepping stone for the rest of his life. Heck, a stepping stone would have been something you could see. Deku wasn't even going to be that. So who gave a shit? Starting out, there were a few extras who didn't know their place yet, like that glasses-wearing extra with a stick up his butt telling him to get his legs off the desk, but he'd show them their place eventually. The hobo they had for a homeroom teacher even looked like he had the right mindset, skipping the useless orientation ceremony and moving straight onto getting rid of the most useless extras in their quirk apprehension exam, telling them whoever got last would get expelled. Bakugo could just set the pecking order from the start. He got third place. He was behind some half-and-half ice BSTRD and a ponytail girl with a creation quirk. That wasn't how things were supposed to go. He was supposed to be number one. Beyond anyone else. It wouldn't stay like this. He'd crush those two and show everyone who the real number one was. Young man, I told you very clearly not to fire these, and your response made it clear that you heard and understood my instructions. You need to understand how dangerous it can be to fire a weapon like this indoors. You're lucky that Recovery Girl believes that your 3 classmates will be able to make a recovery. I am afraid that I will be having a word with your homeroom teacher and will be forced to confiscate those gauntlets. All Might said as he took Katsuki's gauntlets from him. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. He had been dominating that scaled Chinese extra until he decided to run like a coward and take potshots. This was the perfect time for Katsuki to show his secret weapon, gauntlets filled with his explosive sweat. When he fired it, not only had scale extra gone down, but Katsuki had torn a hole through the entire building, making it collapse on tail extra. It was awesome. He had won and shown everyone that he was number one. But that wasn't how All Might saw it. He had rushed into the testing area, and before Katsuki could even blink, he and the 3 extras were outside before the building had collapsed. Why the hell was it his fault that the building was that weak? Why should he be worried about the extras in the exercise? If they were too weak to handle this, they shouldn't have been in UA in the first place. But the way All Might was looking at him, disappointed yet still smiling like he was scolding a child, for the first time in his life, Katsuki was speechless. You have power and you have good instincts, but you need to understand, young Bakugo, if you do not learn to control your temper, you cannot be a hero. He was not just told that. Not by All Might. He was the next number one. It was worse when Katsuki saw Half and Half finish his match in a single move, freezing over the entire building. Katsuki hadn't had that kind of power before. He was stronger, demand it. He'd prove it. And then, when All Might asked who the MVP of the match was, Ponytail spoke up. For some reason though, she said it was Glasses. When Rin realized that Bakugo was stronger than him, he made the right decision in baiting Bakugo into following him away from the objective. Bakugo, for his part, should have realized what Rin was doing though. The only reason Ojiro didn't get to the objective was because Bakugo pulled a reckless move that destroyed his own base. Katsuki gnashed his teeth. Ponytail was critiquing him? In front of All Might and all of the other extras? Where the f did she get off thinking she was better than him? He won. He beat Scales and Tail all on his own. He'd show them. He put them all in their place. Everyone, I have some good news. Ponytail was making an announcement to the class during their study PRD. Her and the octopus extra were holding a stack of folders. Principal Nedzu had us meet with a student from the general education course who analyzed footage of us in our training and at the sports festival, and he's given us some advice on how to improve our quirks that I believe would be very helpful. Ponytail and Octopus proceeded to pass out folders to Katsuki and the extras. Up at the front row, he could see Raccoon Eyes and the new extra from Gen Ed, Pink Cheeks looking interested at their folders. Katsuki didn't bother looking at the one Octopus handed him at first. He knew his quirk, he didn't need some worthless extra from Gen Ed telling him what to do. Take up swimming to get used to operating in zero gravity and take ginger to counteract motion sickness. Pink Cheeks read out loud, "Wait a minute, this handwriting looks familiar. You said that a student from Gen Ed wrote this?" she asked Ponytail, who nodded. "Yes, actually. I forgot that Midoriya is from the same class you were in." "Deku?" He wouldn't. Katsuki flipped open his folder. He recognized the handwriting. That BSRD. Deku still thought he was worth something? Trying to ruin his origin story? Thinking that Katsuki needed his help? He couldn't be a hero, so he was trying to use his creepy stalker notebooks to pretend he was on the same level? Katsuki was going to have to remind him of his place. He stomped out of the classroom, not noticing the class representative watching him with a frown. Katsuki found his way to the 1C classroom. For a moment, he wondered if he should just wait until Deku left to beat some sense back into him, or if it would be worth it to go in now and drag him out. He was stopped though by Ponytail stepping in front of him. "Excuse me, Bakugo, but what are you doing here? We should be back in our classroom for study PRD. Get the F out of my way, Ponytail." Bakugo growled in response. "I need to remind that quirkless Deku of his place." Ponytail though stood her ground, glaring back at him. "I fail to see why Midoriya providing advice would in any way justify you attacking him, let alone calling him such a demeaning name. He's a quirkless waste of space." Katsuki spat. "Those shitty stalker notebooks are just his way to pretend that he could be a hero." Despite hearing what Katsuki said, Ponytail's glare became sharper and more contemptuous. "It shouldn't surprise me that you're a bigot on top of everything else. Midoriya being quirkless in no way diminishes his value as a person, and it does not prevent his analysis from being insightful and helpful. He's already given Shoji and I some very practical advice, and I look forward to seeing how the rest of the class will improve. Katsuki could barely believe it. Ponytail knew Deku was quirkless and still thought he was worth listening to? Figured an extra like her would see something in common with Deku. That waste of space shouldn't be at UA at all. I would have ignored him if he had just stayed in his lane with the other extras, but I'm not letting him get ideas above his station, to let him think he's better than me. I don't care why you or any of the other extras think he's got anything worth listening to, I'm putting a stop to this right now. But Ponytail stepped in front of Katsuki. You've disgraced our class enough with how you've treated everyone, but I'm drawing the line here. I am not going to let you hurt anyone, especially not someone who is doing so much for us. Katsuki popped a few explosions in his hands. Last warning, Ponytail. Get the F out of my way. Go back to the classroom, Bakugu. Ponytail answered. Katsuki gritted his teeth, glad to finally have an excuse to show this stuck-up extra her place, and swung his hand forward to create an explosion big enough to blast Ponytail into the 1C room. Before Katsuki could blast Ponytail though, there was a loud hiss that sounded like a fire extinguisher and he was enveloped in a cloud of white foam from Ponytail's open palm. You beach! Bakugu tried to blast at her with his quirk, only for it to sputter and fail. One of the things that Midoriya recommended to me was to analyze potential opponents before getting into conflict. Ponytail explained with a frown on her face. To consider what items or chemicals I could produce that could neutralize other quirks. It wasn't that difficult to think of something to counteract your explosive sweat. Perhaps if I had asked Midoriya for help before the sports festival, I would have done better. Katsuki was too shocked by the temporary loss of his quirk to think properly at first, but as Ponytail continued to talk, praising Deku, his rage caught up to him and he swung his fist into her face. Only for Ponytail to deftly block the hit with her left arm, followed by a slap across Katsuki's face with her right that echoed through the hallway and jerked his head to the side. Katsuki had never been disrespected like that before. He was going to tear this beach apart. Ponytail though kept on looking at him like he was something she had to scrape off of her shoe. You seem used to hitting people who can't defend themselves. I on the other hand have been training with actual instructors for years, and am more than capable of handling such a ridiculously telegraphed attack. If you try to hit me again, you will regret it. This beach thought she could slap him and get away with it? Bakugu was about to drive his fist through her gut when they heard a clapping noise. My, what impressive technique, Ms. Yaoyorozu. Nedzu, the principal of UA, was sitting on a bench across from them as if he had been there the whole time. The Chimera jumped off of his seat and walked over to the two, still keeping his creepy smile up. That being said, I cannot condone fighting in the hallways. However, as you both lashed out with your quirks and your fists once, I would prefer to leave this as a warning. Ponytail stared at Nedzu for a moment before bowing. I apologize, Principal Nedzu. I did not anticipate this devolving into a fight. Quite understandable. I just happened to notice your confrontation from my office. Nedzu turned his gaze towards Katsuki. I don't know what grievance you have against my personal student, Mr. Bakugu. Personal student? Personal student? Nedzu took on Deku as a personal student. This freak of nature really was insane if he thought that the quirkless Deku was worth being the student of one of the smartest beings on the planet. But I should make it clear that I will not tolerate bullying in my school. If anything were to happen to Mr. Midoriya, either here or outside of UA, I can promise whoever was responsible that their position would become tenuous. Katsuki wasn't afraid of anything. Not any of the extras in his class and not villains. But something about Nedzu's shiny black eyes and his smile made Katsuki's instincts scream at him. Now, you are under no obligation to use Midoriya's analysis if you choose not to. However, he wrote that analysis for your class as part of an assignment from me to help you all improve. I believe that I can let the results of this speak for themselves, as to whether taking his advice or ignoring it will affect your progress. Teeth. Katsuki looked away, ignoring the Chimera's smug smile. Wonderful. Now that we've cleared that up, you two should run along while there's still time in your study PRD. Nedzu said, shooing the two away. Ponytail was at the classroom by the time Katsuki had caught up with her, but before she opened the door to go in, she stopped, speaking to Bakugo over her shoulder. "Oh, and by the way, Bakugo? Nothing Midoriya said to me in any way indicates that he thinks he is better than anyone else, let alone you." Ponytail fixed Katsuki with a contemptuous glare. "But he is certainly far more of a hero than you are." Remedial lessons. He was expected to take remedial lessons? He was not some rookie who needed to review the basics. He was the best. He won the sports festival. He would have won even if Half and Half had given him the fight he deserved and fought with his fire. He would have beaten All Might if he hadn't been stuck with Half and Half. Shitty hair, big lips, flat face, raccoon eyes, dunce face, and Half were all taking remedial lessons. Katsuki could hear them talking. "We really should have paid closer attention to what Midoriya wrote," Kirishima, Big Lips said. "How can he expect us to run away though?" Shitty hair gripped back. A man faces his problems head on. Hearing Deku's name again made Katsuki want to blast apart the table. It was worse when he saw the other extras in his class crowding around Deku's table, acting as if he was the reason why they passed. Katsuki was about to run across the cafeteria and finally wipe that dopey grin off of Deku's face when he saw Ponytail glaring at him. Stuck-up Beach thought she was hot shit just because she took Hobo-sensei on her own. He would have blasted her too, but noticed a security camera watching over Deku's table. Katsuki could sweat he saw the rat's eyes peering out at him from there. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Why the hell is he like this? It's like buying a scratched game cartridge now. Katsuki's head was pounding. He felt his hands restrained. But he could recognize that scratchy voice. That would be because of our esteemed colleague Muscular. The young man here tried to attack him, but was swatted away. I'm not sure if Muscular realized he was the one we were supposed to kidnap. He looks like hammered sheet. We need to take him to a doctor. Meh, he's just got a few splinters, he'll walk it off. Yes, when I got to him, he was lodged in a tree. If I didn't compress him, I doubt that I would have been able to pull him out. What the hell were those voices talking about? The last thing he remembered was when he was about to explode that shitty muscle villain, and then nothing. Where the hell is Muscular now anyway? I ought to dust him for this. Two of the young man's classmates pulled off quite the magic trick it seems. One sprayed Muscular with acid, and the other electrocuted him. Based off of how Muscular was screaming and smelled, I don't think that he'll be able to perform anymore. Acid and electricity, raccoon eyes and dunce face? They beat the villain that knocked Katsuki out? The two dumbest extras in the class? No, they couldn't have, if Katsuki hadn't, but how? Those notebooks, they got the idea from him? Deku couldn't have beaten that villain. Not when Katsuki couldn't. He was stronger than them. He was smarter than them. He was not weak. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. How could he fail the provisional license exam? Even Raccoon Eyes and Dunce Face passed this time. He was supposed to be number one. How could he fail? While the extras all went on internships with heroes, Katsuki was stuck with Half and Half taking remedial courses again, along with two extras from the Extra Hero School Shiketsu. These lessons were being taught by Gang Orca, who for some reason thought it would be a good idea for them to waste time with a bunch of kids. According to Gang Orca, they were supposed to earn their hearts, or some garbage like that. It was ridiculous, but Katsuki knew how to deal with little brats like this. You just had to show them who was boss. He flashed his quirk, making explosions big enough to blow up cars, but the brats didn't even care, and just flashed their own useless quirks in response. One of them, though, spoke up. "Hey, I remember you now," he said, pointing at Katsuki. He scoffed. At least one of these brats knew to recognize the future number one. You're that villain that the League wanted to join them. Katsuki felt a chill pass through him. He stared at the little sheet, laughing at him. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears. Small explosions crackled in his hands. He was no villain. He was not some weak piece of garbage. The kids that were laughing suddenly looked scared, stepping away from him. It was too late though. This little sheet had dug his grave, now he was going to lie in it. He swung his arm back, readying an explosion. only for Katsuki to feel a sudden, crushing weight around his arm. Gang Orca was standing behind him, gripping his arm hard enough that Katsuki could hear his bones crack. The killer whale hero's eyes were narrowed onto Katsuki in a barely restrained fury. If you even think about doing that again, you can forget about getting your provisional license. I will arrest you on the spot as a villain. The hero growled before throwing Katsuki away from the kids. Every day passed by the same. Katsuki and the extras in the lessons were given some ridiculous task that had nothing to do with real heroics. They were lectured, made to clean up garbage, volunteer at homeless shelters. It was a complete waste. What made it all worse, though, was when for no reason, Gang Orca passed the Shiketsu extras, but not Katsuki or Half and Half. According to Gang Orca, Katsuki and Half and Half were still not ready, that they couldn't earn anyone's hearts, and were stunting themselves. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki was supposed to be the #1 hero, to blast through all of the competition without a sweat, to always win and come out on top of everyone. He wasn't supposed to be stuck being given lessons about being nice. Around the end of winter, some extras in suits came and talked to Gang Orca during one of the lessons. Later, he took Katsuki and Half aside. "I'm done teaching you too. I don't have enough time to help you deal with whatever your problems are." Before Katsuki could scream back at the hero, to let loose all the vitriol that had been building up with every second he had to deal with Gang Orca, he spoke again in a lower voice. "There's going to be a battle soon. This isn't going to be like anything you've seen. The heroes there are going to need to be people that can be relied on, that heroes and civilians can trust will help them, and not let their personal issues or their pursuit of glory get in the way. That's the thing about heroes. It's not just your life that you are putting on the line. If you fail, the person next to you and the people behind you are going to get hurt. I'm telling you both this because I know that you aren't ready. You two still think that this is all about you. If you go out with that attitude, people are going to get hurt. For the sake of yourselves, and the people who would be relying on you if you go out there, find a different path. Because I can promise you, there's nothing but pain ahead of you with how you're acting now." He left without another word. The two extras in suits came up to Katsuki and Half, handing them their provisional licenses. Katsuki scoffed, resolving to forget everything that blowhard hero ever said to him. He was back on track. He would be #1. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Katsuki's chance had been right there, that Han ZF was screaming like an idiot after he had just taken down Ryukyu and Endeavor. Weird Eyes was struggling against him as some giant villain and a bunch of Nomu showed up, his body looking like it was tearing itself apart. Katsuki finally had a chance to take him down, to pay him back for ever suggesting that he was a villain, to show everyone definitively who was #1. But before Katsuki could reach the villain, Weird Eyes started to spark with blue light, his skin literally evaporating away. He grabbed Katsuki with one of his black whips along with all of the downed heroes and several of the villains and threw them away. Best Jeanist caught them and held Katsuki as he was screaming to let him take the BSRD down. In the distance, he saw a brief flash, followed by a shout to the heavens. "Puo a Weiryer!" There was an explosion of blue light that enveloped the giant, the Nomus, and everything still back at the hospital, and suddenly it was gone. But none of that matched what he was listening to now. "It is the decision of myself and of Parliament to dissolve the HPSC and to integrate our pro-heroes into Japan's police force and emergency services. No more HPSC. No heroes. No ranking system. This couldn't be happening. It had been Katsuki's dream, his destiny to become a hero, and now the world was taking that away from him? No, that couldn't be right. People wouldn't let things die like that." Katsuki started the new year, desperate to hear what they were going to do now, to hear that people would stop whining and things would go back to the way they were supposed to go, with Katsuki on top. Hobo-sensei didn't show up to class though. Instead, it was some dog-headed extra. "Attention 2A, my name is Tsuragami Kenji. Your homeroom teacher, Aizawa, has unfortunately been forced to retire due to injuries he sustained at Jaku. I will be taking over as your new homeroom teacher." At the very least, Doghead looked like a teacher. But he wasn't any hero Katsuki recognized. "You may have noticed that I am not a hero. I was police chief and had intended to retire and pass my position on by the end of last year, but with the dissolution of the hero system, I was asked to take this position to better help students in your course integrate into the police and emergency response forces. Police? They actually expected them to do that? To become one of the weak, faceless cleanup crews for heroes? Katsuki was no extra. The dog-headed extra leaned over the podium. There is something that you all need to understand if you choose to remain in this class. You are not going to become heroes. This is no longer the hero course, but has been tentatively renamed Advanced Emergency Services. While the duties you would be expected to fulfill are similar as part of the police, there are many differences that you need to take into consideration. Your training is going to be changed to cut out attributes or strategies deemed superfluous or dangerous. You can't expect to get rich from this kind of job. There are no advertisements. We are not working to have our faces seen on television. We are public servants. We are not seeking to compete against each other. I can't guarantee you what this new system is going to be turned into. That is something that the government is going to have to figure out over the next couple of years, but for now, the most we can understand about what you would be expected to become is essentially a special forces branch of the police that have been trained to use your quirks. Over time, it wouldn't surprise me if the line between you and the rest of the emergency response force is blurred even further. Simply put, you are being asked to perform the same duties you would have had the HPSC not been dissolved, but without the fame and fortune. Several of the students paled at this announcement. Katsuki grit his teeth harder with everything that Dog had said. He had set out from Aldra to become the richest and most famous hero in the world, and now, that was gone? I wish I could paint this in a different way, but that is the fact of the matter. I have been asked to keep as many of you as possible in this field so as to reinvigorate our nation's security with the fall of the hero system. However, I refuse to send out anyone who isn't prepared to make this kind of sacrifice. I am not interested in drafting children into a conflict that is our fault in the first place. The former police chief brought out a stack of papers. These are transfer papers to the other courses of UA. If you decide that this course isn't for you, there is absolutely no shame in transferring to something that would make you feel happier and safer. If you have doubts about whether this is the right path for you, I would encourage you to talk to me as soon as possible. Every passing word hit Katsuki harder than the last. They were actually serious about this. They expected heroes to just fade away, and for Katsuki to just become an extra, a nameless face in a cookie-cutter uniform, living a pathetic life watching crosswalks. This. Katsuki stomped out of the classroom, not bothering to pick up a transfer sheet. If this was as far as UA had fallen, there was no point to Katsuki being here anymore. Hell, coming here in the first place had been a mistake. He thought that this was where heroes were trained, where people who actually mattered solidified their names for everyone to know. But they were crumbling into something weak and pathetic that Katsuki wasn't going to be a part of. Katsuki wasn't going to do that. He wasn't going to become some extra that no one would remember. He wasn't going to sink to the same level as Deku. If the HPSC was gone, fine. Katsuki would go out and be a hero all on his own. He packed up his belongings in his room, only to meet Shitty Hair outside. What is it, Shitty Hair? Hey Baku bro, are you actually leaving? I'm not going to stick around to become some no-name extra. If the HPSC's gone, I'll go and become a hero all on my own. For some reason, Shitty Hair grinned. That's manly. You're right, we shouldn't give up. Give me a second, I'll be right behind you. Katsuki scoffed at actually waiting for anyone, though Shitty Hair was still following behind him after he had finished packing. Once Katsuki had brought his stuff home, his parents blew a fuse when they realized he had dropped out, having him sit down in their living room so they could whine at him. How could you just walk away from this, brat? You know how hard it is to get into UA, and you're just throwing it all away? The hag shouted, frantic. Masaru tried to step in. Katsuki, I know that this might not be what you set out to do, but it's still reasonably close. You'd still be doing essentially the same things, just under a different name. Katsuki though scoffed. The police are for weaklings who couldn't cut it as heroes. They're for people who don't matter. All of this is because a bunch of extras that can't accept their place want to bring down the people who do matter to their level. I'm not going to do that. People are brain dead if they think that the police can cut it against actual villains. I'm going to go out and show them why they should be begging me to be a hero. When he said this though, it just made the hag angrier. Are you kidding me? You're planning to go vigilante? Katsuki, you could go to jail for this. Who gives a shit? Katsuki answered. Plenty of heroes have been going vigilante. Haven't you heard what Mirko is doing? All Might's campaigning to bring heroes back too. All Might hasn't given up and neither will I. By the end of this, I'll be on the right side of history. Masaru tried to step in again, his fear obvious even as he tried to keep his voice even. Katsuki, going out like this is a bad idea? There's no support or regulation for heroes anymore. Maybe it's not ideal, but if you stay at UA, you can still be part of something that could actually help people. Just look at how well Izuku has been doing. Who gives a shit about that worthless, quirkless Deku? I'm not working to become a hero for some worthless extras, I'm doing it to be the best. Katsuki shouted back. The hag got in Katsuki's face. His name is Izuku, brat. And I would have hoped that you would have learned to respect him. Why the hell would I respect that quirkless waste of space? Because he's a good person, she shouted back. Why do you think I pushed so hard for you two to be friends when you were younger? I thought he'd be a good influence on you and actually help you become a good hero, or at least a good person. You wanted me to be like Deku? Katsuki repeated in disbelief. Why the hell would I want to be like him? He's a weak, creepy, crybaby stalker too dumb to realize his place in life. Katsuki's parents stared at him in shock. Surprisingly, it was Masaru who spoke first, sounding angry for the first time in Katsuki's life. Do you know what Izuku is? He's happy. He's respected. He's doing something that makes people around him better. Why wouldn't you want that? He's weak. Katsuki spat. And everyone else has gotten weak too. Everyone wants me to become some worthless extra like everyone else, but I am no extra. I don't care if the HPSC's gone. I'm going to remind everyone who I am. I'll put heroes back on top with me leading them. By that point, Katsuki toned out his parents' shouting and protests, realizing what he needed to do. He packed a bag full of clothes and walked out the door. He only stopped once when the hag grabbed him by the arm. Her face though made her look pathetic. She was pale, scared, crying, and her voice came out in a whisper. Katsuki, please, don't do this. Katsuki wrenched his arm out of the hag's grip and blasted off. For once, things were going the way they were supposed to. Since he had left his home, he had spent every day going around Mizudafu and showing everyone what the pecking order was. It wasn't that hard to find villains. They were crawling out of the woodwork now that all of the cowards pretending to be heroes had left. All Katsuki had to do was head to where there was noise and start blasting at whoever was causing problems. It felt good to finally let loose. Shoving an ATM robber's face through the screen, blasting a mugger until he could smell flesh cooking, slamming a carjacker's head with the car door. No villain could stand up against him. Any that tried with their weak-ass quirks got left a cringing, crying mess on the ground. It felt like Aldra, back when people knew their place around him. Pretty soon, whenever Katsuki, now fully embracing the name King Explosion Murder, showed up, the extras shut the hell up and got out of his way. The only problem was shitty hair kept tagging along. Baku bro, I don't like how everyone's looking at us. Why the f should I care what people think? Katsuki snapped back. It's just, heroes are supposed to make people feel safe bro, they shouldn't be scared of us. God, this extra stammered worse than Deku sometimes. He was goddamn pathetic. Katsuki would have left his sorry but behind if it weren't for the fact that his family's house had been a decent place to crash until Shitty Hair's parents kicked him out. They had given him the same song and dance the hag gave Katsuki, just with more crying. Heroes are supposed to beat villains. Who gives a f about people feeling safe? If they're scared, that just means they've done something to feel guilty. Baku bro. Thief. Katsuki grinned as he blasted towards the sound of someone crying out. Some scrawny extra was running, holding something to his chest. Excellent. Another notch under his belt. These were all small fry extras, but soon he'd make a name for himself. He'd show everyone just how strong he was, and they'd beg him to be their number one. The extra looked over his shoulder, seeing Katsuki blast after him. He dropped what he was carrying and sprinted with the look of a deer getting chased by a wolf, but he had no chance. He was just another stepping stone. Die! Katsuki blasted the thief through a brick wall. All of a sudden, though, there was another explosion bigger than anything Katsuki had made directly in his face. Continuing to help the newly christened emergency core students, meeting with Nedzu, spending time with his mother, helping Eri with her quirk and coming out of her shell, and simply going to school with the rest of 2C, Izuku felt that he was living a pretty nice life, all things considered. Izuku's grades continued to be the top of the class. He felt like he never had more friends than he had at that point in his life, and he had even gained a semi-adopted little sister during this time. Eri was somewhat skittish when she was asked if she wanted to live with Izuku and his mom, but quickly warmed up to the idea. She was still quiet and reserved, but as time went on, her smiles became something that they would see once every few weeks to more of a daily occurrence. Despite the fears of the teachers, particularly Yamada, that Eri would feel as if they were abandoning her, Eri became much more open and cheerful around them, much to their relief, becoming something of a welcome ray of sunshine in their lives. She hadn't quite gotten the hang of using rewind, but as she had grown to use it more regularly, she no longer lost control of it, not even needing to use her stress ball for weeks. Eri also quickly became attached to Inko, and the feeling was certainly reciprocal, as Izuku's mother was always happy to spend time with Eri, to help her with her homeschool studies, show her how to cook, to play games, read, or watch movies together with Izuku. Unfortunately, Eri had grown to be a fan of Don Bluth's movies, which had similar dark themes and overtones to The Secret of Nim, much to Inko's consternation, and the detriment of Izuku's ribs, as he continued to be his mother's own. Unfortunate stress ball in these viewings. With all the good things that had been happening in his life, Izuku could almost forget about what was happening outside the UA walls. Circumstances were not good in the rest of the country. As Tsuragami had pointed out to Izuku, integrating heroes into the emergency services was difficult. Many heroes weren't interested. Some who tried couldn't meet the standards. As a result, Japan's law enforcement was not only absent of its main source of funding and support, but also massively lacking in manpower. This, coming at a time when Japan was dealing with one of its worst depressions in centuries. It was something that they should have anticipated. The Japanese economy was essentially built around the hero system: support, entertainment, fashion, merchandising. The loss of the system meant the loss of all of these industries and the jobs that they provided. This wasn't even bringing up the effect of the forced closure of Detnerat, one of the country's biggest support equipment manufacturers, along with multiple subsidiaries of the company, which had been revealed to be a major branch of the MLA under Redestro's control after the Battle of Jakku. With both the country's emergency services and its economy in shambles, it wasn't hard to see the appeal in the pro-hero movement, led by All Might and Sir Night Eye, who had been lobbying for a repeal of the government's dissolution of the hero system, arguing that the act was insulting to the memory of Lemillion and of the heroes that had died in Jakku. Though the movement was at first unpopular with all of the scandals unveiled by the UN and WHA, it had been gaining traction as the country felt the pain of the loss of their main means of law enforcement and the core of their economy, the movement's numbers bolstered by the many pro-heroes who had lost their jobs from the measure. For a short time, Izuku wondered if things were going to be brought back to how they were before Jakku, only for the movement to be kneecapped just a week after Izuku had spoken to Tsuragami. Bakugo had indeed resorted to vigilantism, with Kirishima leaving the emergency course in support of his friend. For a few days, the two roamed the streets, picking fights with random thugs and shoplifters. Looking back, Izuku wondered if Kirishima ever realized how badly Bakugo was hurting people, if he had misgivings about leaving behind men and women so broken that several lost the ability to walk or see by the time that the police got to them. If he did, though, it was far too late. It was a shoplifter, actually a man who used to work for one of the hero advertisement agencies that had gotten shut down with the fall of the system. Unable to find work, he was one of many who had resorted to petty theft to feed himself. Bakugo probably didn't know that, though. All he heard was someone shouting, "Thief!" and blasted after the man. Even when the man had dropped the ramen he had stolen, Bakugo continued to chase after him, unleashing a blast that tore through a brick wall and hit a propane tank. The resulting explosion killed the shoplifter along with 14 bystanders. When the police arrived on the scene, they confronted the wounded Bakugo and Kirishima. The horrified Kirishima surrendered, but Bakugo became enraged at being treated as a villain. In the resulting fight, the police were forced to shoot Bakugo through the shoulders after he had added a police officer to the casualties. A reporter snapped a picture of Bakugo and Kirishima being dragged into cars, Kirishima looking shell-shocked while Bakugo was literally foaming at the mouth as he fought against the officers, the headline reading, "You can't do this, I'm a hero." Any hope that All Might or the other former heroes had of reinstating the system died with that image. To the world, Bakugo would forever be seen as the prime example of why the Japanese hero system didn't work, a focus on a flashy, combative quirk at the expense of people's well-being, so drunk on his arrogance and self-importance that he was incapable of seeing how anything he could do was wrong, an obvious narcissist and psychopath that the top hero school in the world had seen fit to build up as the example of what a hero should be. Yue's reputation was destroyed. It wasn't as if Bakugo's behavior had been subtle. The critics of the school and the hero system had plenty of evidence to point to indicating a pattern of violence and arrogance that the school had never addressed, and no record of any kind of real punishment or reprimand. Instead, Yue had rewarded Bakugo for his abhorrent attitude, having him give the student pledge, gave him the gold medal at the sports festival, and had defended him after his kidnapping. The result? A lunatic that snapped and murdered over a dozen people the minute he didn't get what he wanted. The news about Bakugo, and what it meant for the future of heroes and Yue, was the main topic of gossip in 2C that morning, many of the students speaking with grim satisfaction of being proven right about their beliefs of Bakugo and what his ultimate fate was. Yamada walked in, even more drained than he had looked at the beginning of the year. Izuku couldn't imagine how Yue's reputation was going to hold up from what had happened. "All right, listeners, I've got a bit of an announcement to make." The class tensed up, thinking that this must have to do with the Bakugo scandal. "We're getting a new student today, or rather, an old student." He turned to the door and called out, "You can come on in." To the class's surprise, Uraraka Ochako came in, dressed back in the Gen Ed uniform. "Hey, everyone," Uraraka said, trying to smile. As the class erupted, some crying out welcomes, a few whispering to each other, Izuku was able to get a closer look at Uraraka. She had gained quite a bit of muscle over the past year, something that Izuku had observed from watching the hero students train. Seeing her here though made Izuku realize that she also seemed thinner, and her eyes had faint bags under them that she seemed to be trying to cover with makeup. Regardless of the fact that he had already been in communication with Uraraka, Izuku made sure to welcome her warmly as she returned to her old seat. As the week wore on though, Izuku could tell that Uraraka was having a hard time settling back into Class 2C. It was hard to ignore the whispered criticisms so many of their classmates made towards her for abandoning the emergency course. Being one of the few students who had managed to maintain a relationship with Uraraka after she had first transferred, Izuku invited her to his table for lunch. She seemed to hold it together, especially after Togai kicked Ayamoto out of their table when he made one too many comments. For a bit, Uraraka was able to relax, talking to her old friends. She even encouraged Kagaya when he admitted that he was going to be trying to transfer to the emergency course. "Oh, that reminds me," Kagaya realized. "Midoriya, you mentioned that you had some new notes you wanted to show me?" "Oh yeah," Izuku said excitedly. He had been working on some concept ideas for how Kagaya could potentially use his sunshine to create thermals to create lift, which he could then harness with a flight suit to fly. As he handed the notebook over to Kagaya though, he felt a sting on his thumb. "Ouch!" Izuku recoiled. "Midoriya? What's wrong?" Kagaya asked. Izuku sighed, noticing a thin drop of blood forming on his thumb. "It's just a paper cut, nothing to worry, ABO." As Izuku reached to grab a napkin to clean up the cut though, he happened to look over at Uraraka. The previously bubbly girl had gone pale, her eyes pinpricks as they stared at Izuku's cut. Uraraka? Suddenly, Uraraka started to hyperventilate. She stood up and recoiled away from the table. Before anyone could stop her, she ran out of the cafeteria, her hands over her mouth. Izuku was worried for his friend and tried to follow after her to make sure she was alright, eventually finding her in an empty classroom, vomiting into a garbage can. "Uraraka?" he asked, tentatively approaching her. The next instant, he recoiled back as Uraraka grabbed a chair and swung it like a club. "Don't touch me," she screamed, her eyes wide and panicked. Izuku backed away, his hands up in an attempt at a placating measure. I'm sorry. I was just worried about you." Uraraka froze in place, the chair over her head, staring at Izuku. "It's okay, Uraraka. You're safe," he spoke as calmly as possible. Uraraka shook, dropping the chair with a loud bang, and collapsed to her knees, sobbing. Izuku knelt closer. He wasn't sure if their relationship was close enough that Uraraka would want him here, but he also didn't want to leave her alone. The moment that he did though, Uraraka threw herself onto Izuku, wrapping her arms around him and sobbing into his shoulders, clinging to him like a life raft. Flustered, but wanting to help his friend, Izuku carefully hugged her back, not speaking and letting her cry. Eventually, her sobbing dried into hiccups and she pulled away. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked. "Was it the blood?" Uraraka trembled, hugging her knees to her chest. "Yes, I don't want to see blood, not anymore." Izuku sat next to Uraraka, staying close in case she needed to hug him again. "They're right." She whimpered. "What do you mean?" "Our classmates, the other students," Uraraka said into her knees. "I wanted to become a hero for money." "Well," Izuku began, a little caught off guard, but wanting to do something to help his friend and keep her from feeling down on herself, a lot of people became heroes for money. They still helped people. People become teachers and doctors for money too. It's not okay for anyone to criticize them for that. Izuku's comment seemed to calm Uraraka down some, and she managed to look up at him with her tear-stained eyes. I just wanted to give my parents a nice life, you know," she hiccuped. "My family doesn't have a lot of money, and Mom and Dad were always working so hard. I thought if I got popular enough, I could give them a vacation." Izuku smiled. "I think that's a really good motivation. I hope I can do something like that for my mom someday. But I quit, since you can't really make that kind of money in emergency services anymore, and since they made it so you can use your quirk in public now, I figured I could use my quirk to help Mom and Dad with their construction business." Izuku nodded his head, realizing what Uraraka was talking about. The measure had been taken by the government for multiple reasons. First of all, making public quirk use illegal was one of the main ways that the HPSC had managed to maintain control, and there had been a lot of pressure to ensure that sort of control couldn't be abused again. Secondly, as heroes, being the only people who could legally use their quirks in public technically didn't exist, there wasn't really a way to police quirk use anymore, especially not with all of the other problems that the emergency services had to deal with at the time. Lastly, due to so many of its businesses collapsing with the hero system, Japan needed some way to reinvigorate its economy, and allowing quirk use for work purposes was seen as a way to start replacing what had been lost. Oh yeah, zero gravity would be great for moving heavy equipment and materials around, and you would be able to save so much time and money that you'd have to use a crane or a bulldozer for. With your help, your family's business could get really successful. Uraraka blinked some of the tears out of her eyes, and managed to smile from Izuku's exuberance. "You've got a right to live how you want to, Uraraka. Even if you don't want to become a hero anymore, you can still help a lot of people with what you want to do." Izuku went on, hoping that he could relate his own obstacles with his past dream to Uraraka's. It seemed to work anyway, as Uraraka finally calmed down, though she still seemed reluctant to leave the classroom, so Izuku stayed next to her. "It's not fair, you know?" Uraraka mumbled. Izuku leaned forward just a bit to pay attention. "We were by ourselves at Jock. It was just us and the heroes. We were expected to fight an army led by a league of monsters. There was no army supporting us, just a bunch of heroes that usually deal with street crimes and a bunch of teenagers that had only been learning how to use their quirks for a year, and everyone's criticizing us for how bad things got? I don't see any of the people saying these things helping to keep everyone safe." Izuku shuddered. Like almost everyone else, he had only heard about Jakku from the news and the images of the destroyed cities recorded after the fact. But Uraraka, she had actually been there. He had no idea what he could do to help her with whatever nightmares she had been facing from that other than to shut up and listen. I just remember what it was like afterwards, when we were trying to dig up everyone that got caught under the rubble. There was a hero there, just standing, staring at everything. He gave up, saying that he wasn't going to be a hero anymore. I was angry at first, but how can I blame him? It was just him and us against all of that. Heroes are supposed to help people, to make them smile, but who helps the heroes? Uraraka kept facing the floor, but didn't say anything else. I hadn't thought of that before. Izuku admitted. He looked at his hands, trying to think. I think we might have gotten complacent with All Might around, expecting him to handle anything like that all for one villain or what happened at Jaku. Heroes aren't really trained to deal with stuff like that, we kind of just expected them to. Uraraka trembled, the weight of what she had been through starting to hit her again. But maybe things can get better. Izuku suggested. Maybe we can try to build something where not everything gets put on the heroes or the police. Uraraka turned her head to Izuku. Do you really think that we can do that? With everything the way it is now? Izuku frowned. Even if he hadn't gone outside the UA barrier since the school year started, he had heard the crowds, the protesters, even the occasional gunshot and explosion outside the walls. I think we're going to have to. We can't do things the way we used to. Not without all. Izuku stammered, thinking back to his first meeting with the hero and the gaping hole in the man's side. And yet the man still fought, still ran around, trying to keep being a hero, only to burn through his available time. No, not even with All Might. Uraraka frowned at Izuku, but he continued. Not even All Might could keep things the way they were. We need to be human, Uraraka. We need to help others, but we need to be able to take care of ourselves and our families too, and no one has a right to expect us to wear ourselves to death. Uraraka's eyes started to water again. But, my friends are still in the emergency course, she whimpered. They're still putting themselves at risk, and do they have a family that needs help the way yours does? Izuku asked. You couldn't just ignore your parents. He smiled, trying to be encouraging. Besides, we need people other than heroes. We need builders and analysts and doctors, and everything to try to fix what we've been through. You don't have to be a hero to help people, Uraraka, even if it's not how you originally planned. He looked at his hands again. I wanted to be a hero too. I wish I could have helped you guys at Jaku, but I like to think I can. Help people with my work. Izuku was interrupted by Uraraka throwing herself around him again, sobbing into his shoulder. Normally, he'd be flustered, but with how upset Uraraka seemed, there wasn't anything romantic in the gesture, just a girl who was overwhelmed and needed a literal shoulder to cry on. You did help us, she mumbled into his shirt. We would have died without that stuff you gave us. Gingerly, Izuku hugged her back until she was able to calm down again. He just hoped his friends were going to be okay. You take a swan dive off a roof. Izuku was uncomfortable with this particular bit of graffiti, though perhaps that was why he had chosen this section to clean. He couldn't help but wonder how many other people Bakugo had said this to for someone to spray paint it on his family's house. The irony of the situation was not lost on Izuku, this time being the one to help the Bakugas clean off graffiti on their home instead of the inverse. Really though, compared to what he had seen written on his family's apartment, the insults Izuku had seen were tame. Cop killer. Mother of a psycho. You should have drowned the beast. Right now, it was just him and Masaru washing off the threats and insults, the quiet man looking as if he wanted to rub his knuckles down to the bone with how hard he was scrubbing. Inko was inside the house, doing what she could to comfort Mitsuki. Unlike her husband, who appeared to be close to exploding in anger at himself, Mitsuki just seemed hollow, unable to get out of bed on her own, not feeding or bathing herself, just staring off into space, sometimes fixating on baby pictures of her son. Izuku, thank you. Masaru brought himself to say as he and Izuku finished, albeit with the resignation of a man who realized that he was going to have to do this same job again very soon. It was a look Izuku occasionally had seen in the mirror in the past. It's no problem, Uncle Masaru. Izuku replied, wringing out his sponge. Is there anything else I can help you with? Masaru managed a weak smile. No. I appreciate the offer though. You and your mother have been a big comfort to us. Masaru looked at his watch and sighed. You two should probably be going now though if you want to get back to UA in time for curfew. As the two put their cleaning equipment away, Izuku wished he and his mother could stay longer, mostly to do more for their friends, but also because of the smell of his mother's katsudon permeating the Bakuga's kitchen. Inko was just finishing cleaning some dishes as Izuku and Masaru came in. Masaru, I made you and Mitsuki some dinner, you just need to reheat it when you're ready. Thanks, Inko. Masaru replied gratefully. Inko smiled, and Izuku followed her into the living room where Mitsuki was sitting. He recalled Mitsuki's panic when Katsuki had been kidnapped last year, but wasn't sure if this was worse or better. Mitsuki was sitting in a chair stiffly, not responding to anything going on around her. Inko knelt next to her friend and gave her a hug. Mitsuki, I made you some katsudon, please make sure to eat it all, okay? Please take care of yourself. She spoke in a quiet voice, Mitsuki's head resting on her shoulder. Izuku went up and hugged Mitsuki in turn. This isn't your fault, Aunt Mitsuki. You're strong, you're going to get through this. He wished he had something better to say, that things were going to be okay, but that felt like naive optimism. Mitsuki had lost her son. He was stuck in prison for the rest of his life, destroying several other lives in the process. He felt some tears on his shoulder as he pulled away, hoping and praying that his honorary aunt was going to get better. Izuku and his mother were silent as they walked through the train station, passing by several posters advertising new jobs in the police and army. Vandals had defaced many of them with crude pictures or phrases, the least offensive saying things like, losers, or weaklings. Izuku shook his head, trying to ignore them as he and his mother got on the train. As the two moved away from the Bakugas, Izuku couldn't help but to ask, do you think that they're going to be all right? Inko fiddled with her thumbs. I hope so. It seemed his mother couldn't give any more reassurances than what Izuku could give to himself. If anything, she seemed even more worried than Izuku. The quiet of the subway car felt too tense for Izuku. The silence was broken though by the sound of Izuku's phone ringing. Pulling it out, he saw that he had a text from Uraraka, who had volunteered to babysit Eri while the Midoriyas were visiting the Bakugas. Despite what Izuku and his mother were just discussing, when he saw what Uraraka had sent, he snorted. What is it? Inko asked, curious. Smiling, Izuku showed her the picture Uraraka had sent. Uraraka was slumped on a table, crying dramatically in defeat while Eri patted her head in sympathy. A chessboard between the two showed it dominated by Eri's white pieces, while a dry erase board behind the two showed Eri had won 5 games to Uraraka's 0. Midoriya, Eri's bullying me. Uraraka's text said. Oh, that poor dear. Inko chuckled. Does that mean you're going to pay her more or less? Izuku asked in jest. Izuku! Inko shouted in mock horror, and the two broke down in some much-needed laughter. Izuku and his mother relaxed as their mood became more cheerful. He looked at his watch and got an idea. Hey Mom, I know that we need to get to UA before curfew, but we do have a bit of time, would you like to visit the market? Inko thought for a moment, and smiled. You know, that might be nice. Let's do it. The two made a detour from UA, coming to Korisk Street, a wide area where lately, various vendors had been setting up, slowly morphing into small businesses that dotted the street. Just a month prior, this area was just as destitute from the collapse of the hero system as anywhere else. Many of the chains that ran the country's entertainment, food, and fashion industries had either gone out of business or abandoned the country altogether. After the Japanese government's move to legalize public quirk use, though, it had led to a boom in small, privately owned businesses. Now, Japanese citizens could use their quirks for profit without repercussions. Instead of a chain of ice cream parlors run by a big-name brand, there were several ice cream trucks manned by small crews of men and women with ice-based quirks, allowing them to easily freeze their concoctions more efficiently than an expensive freezer and even make their treats last longer outside of their trucks. At one corner of Corsic there was a man showing off a comparatively weak metal manipulation quirk by taking pieces of aluminum cans and slowly morphing them into ornate bowls, statues of animals, and toys. A tailor was selling dresses customized to the taste of the buyer using a simple quirk that changed fabric color and texture. A carpenter was literally growing tables and chairs from pots of soil using a quirk that accelerated and manipulated plant growth. One area of the market was cleared for construction work, where Izuku and Inko could see the remnants of what was once the biggest building on the street being remodeled, on top of which a large billboard with the now infamous big-nosed face of Yatsubashi Rikiya, former CEO of Detnerat, was being painted over. There was certainly a bizarre irony to the situation, Izuku thought to himself as he and his mother enjoyed the sight while eating ice cream. Yatsubashi was technically getting what he wanted, with people being allowed to use their quirks more freely, the lifting of restrictions on quirk use being the main goal of the MLA, but because he had been so willing to commit acts of terrorism, he would never get to enjoy it himself. If anything, the violent actions and ideology of the MLA were being used as the primary justification for those against the lifting of the ban against public quirk use, Yatsubashi being seen in a similar light as Bakugo in that regards. Loud, cheerful music was being played all along Korisk Street, just managing to drown out chanting and yelling coming from further down the way. Reaching the end of the street, Izuku and Inko saw the only booth that had no line, a police recruiter. Judging by the fixed, tired expression on the recruiter's face and the full, untouched stack of pamphlets next to him, it looked as if he had not seen any business all day. It was sadly a familiar sight for Izuku. After the fall of the hero system, the government had been pushing for more recruitment for the country's police force. The only problem was that no one was interested. It was an unfortunate echo of what All Might had told Izuku a year ago. People didn't respect the police. While the heroes had lost their popularity, being seen as decadent agents of a corrupt oligarchy, they had still shaped the public's perception of law enforcement for decades, the images of fame, fortune, and excitement. Police, firemen, and even the JSDF were seen as grunts, essentially the busboys and janitors of emergency services. It wasn't hard to see why the police were struggling to build up their numbers. Why would the public have an interest in joining law enforcement when all of the wealth and glamour had been taken out of it for them? The fact was that the police lacked the funding, the manpower, and the public support to properly maintain law and order in the country. For months, holding an open-air market like this would have been impossible. This had led to the Prime Minister taking a measure that was likely to get him removed from office in the next election. Both ends of the streets were guarded by a group of soldiers. However, these soldiers were not part of the JSDF, or even Japanese at all, but instead wore bright blue UN helmets. With the main body of the country's security dissolved, unable to prop up the police enough, and continuous anarchy across the nation, Japan's government had been forced to request UN aid to help police the country. In some ways the decision had helped a great deal, the UN managing to provide the needed manpower Japan required to protect its infrastructure as they attempted to rebuild, but it was an extremely bitter pill to swallow. Having foreign troops patrol the streets of the country felt far too reminiscent of the US occupation following Japan's defeat in World War II. Requiring outside help simply to police their own country, especially in the wake of the scandals of the WHA renouncing Japan's membership and the reveal of so much corruption, was another serious blow to the country's pride. Hence, while the soldiers' presence was what had allowed Korisk Street to become so prosperous, they were also the reason for the massive crowd of protesters chanting and screaming outside the market, the music only just managing to drown out their yelling enough to allow shoppers to do their business in peace. Many were straining the limits of the barriers that the soldiers had put up, screaming and threatening the soldiers by flashing their quirks and waving signs. No occupation. Get out of our country. Arrest the traitors. These were some of the kinder phrases on the signs that the protesters were swinging around and chanting. Some of the signs denounced the Prime Minister and specific members of the Diet as traitors, a few even carrying effigies of the government figures hung from lampposts or in front of firing squads. A few others were protesting the legalization of public quirk use, waving signs emblazoned with "Protect Our Jobs," reflecting a sentiment of some of the detractors of quirk legalization, who feared the possibility of people being shut out of certain professions by individuals with quirks specific for the positions, or being forced into certain professions by virtue of their quirks. Most just seemed to be protesting the government in general, as they had been ever since Jaku. As things were, the protests were loud and threatening, but Izuku and Inko didn't want to take the risk that they could get violent, and did their best to slip away unnoticed. You know, Inko muttered as they were away from the market and the crowds, I can understand how people would be angry at the Prime Minister, but the man is simply doing the best he can with a bad situation. Izuku nodded. He had made an effort to be friendly towards the soldiers, smiling at them when he could. He even got to know a few that were guarding Yue. Beyond just being polite, it seemed like basic gratitude was warranted towards people putting their lives at risk for a country that wasn't even their own. The streets away from Korrisk weren't as crowded, but there were more people out and about than there had been in the months prior. For as many grievances people had against the presence of foreign soldiers, they at least made people feel safe enough to leave their houses. However, as they walked, the two heard a faint cry in the distance. Help! Someone please! Izuku and Inko froze in place. Izuku focused on where the sound was coming from, and perhaps 2 blocks ahead of them, he saw a very tall woman running out from the alley. She turned around, pleading to anyone who could hear her. Please! Someone, please help me! Without thinking, Izuku ran after the woman, despite his mother's cry of alarm. Izuku, wait! Get the police or the soldiers! Izuku called over his shoulder. As Izuku got closer, he saw that the woman was a heteromorph, giving her the appearance of a large, blue-colored fox with blonde hair. The woman frantically turned to anyone who was present, but all the passerby either ignored her or backed away, seemingly frightened by her appearance. There she is! Another voice cried out while Izuku was still a block away, as 3 men equipped with knives and what seemed like black market support gear burst out of the same alleyway that the woman had fled from. No! Please, I haven't done anything. The woman cried out, fleeing down another alleyway before Izuku could reach her. The men yelled and chased after the woman, uncaring of her pleas. Izuku ran down the same alleyway, shouting after the men to stop, though they either ignored him or didn't hear him in their adrenaline-fueled state. For a moment, Izuku lost sight of the men, only to hear a cry in pain down another alley, which he shot down, seeing the woman cowering against a wall with a wound on her arm, cornered by the 3 men who were pointing their weapons at her. You're just trying to make us drop our guard. Take this, freak. One of the men, equipped with some kind of cannon, began to charge it, pointing at the woman, who was continuing to cry and plead for her life. Right before the device could fire, though, Izuku ran into the man from behind, knocking his shot off course into the sky. Oh, what the? Izuku, pumped full of adrenaline and realizing that these 3 men were armed to the teeth and ready to kill, stood in front of the downed woman with his arms spread wide. Leave her alone. Hey, back off. One of the men shouted, brandishing a large knife. We were just getting this villain before she could get us. This woman isn't a villain. Izuku shouted back. All she's trying to do is get away from you. How else are we supposed to deal with someone who looks like that? The 3rd man growled, pointing at the woman. Just look at her. She's clearly a villain. This woman hasn't done anything. If anything, you're the ones acting like villains. Now get out of here, I've already called the police. Izuku yelled, trying to make his voice as loud as possible and saying the first thing that he could think of that would get these men to leave. However, it seemed that they were too set in their bigotry and pointed their weapons at Izuku. If you're going to get in our way, you're just as bad as she is. Izuku held his ground, cursing that he couldn't do more, hoping that he could at least buy this woman time to get away. Before the 3 men could rush Izuku, though, another voice shouted out, joined by the sound of rushing bootsteps. Drop your weapons now. A squad of UN soldiers appeared behind the 3 men, having rushed down the alleyway, their assault rifles pointed at the men. The leader of the 3 stupidly pointed his cannon at the soldiers. Get lost. You don't have a right to. Bang. The man screamed as one of the soldiers shot him through the shoulder, making him drop the cannon and fall to the ground. Another of the men pleaded frantically. Hey, you've got the wrong idea, Shizda. The soldiers didn't let the man finish, and slammed a rifle butt into the man's face when he didn't drop his knife, breaking his nose along with several of his teeth. The 3rd man finally got the message and dropped his weapon, putting his hands behind his head while a soldier forced him to his knees and cuffed him. Seeing that the three men were restrained, Izuku turned to the woman. She was staring at him, shaking and probably in shock from what had happened to her. "Are you all right? How badly is your arm hurt?" The woman didn't answer him immediately. "Thank you," she whimpered, before breaking out into tears. Izuku awkwardly put a hand on the woman's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. "My name's Midoriya Izuku. Ippan Josei." Izuku stayed with Ippan while the soldiers looked her over for her injuries. Thankfully, the men had only managed to graze her arm, and questioned her, him, and later Inko when she had caught up to them. As Inko was being questioned, Izuku and Ippan continued to sit in an uncomfortable silence. Ippan had stopped crying, but she was hunched over, grasping her knees while sitting on the ground. "Do you think that things are ever going to go back to normal?" she asked. Izuku thought for a moment, struggling with himself. "Do you think they should?" Ippan looked flabbergasted at him, and he explained. "It isn't right that you got treated that way, that people could look at you like this for no good reason. But, well, I had people treat me badly a lot before the HPSC fell just because I'm quirkless." He looked timidly at Ippan. You did people treat you like this too before all of this?" Ippan looked at the ground, sniffling. "Yes. It wasn't as bad. If I kept to myself, people would usually leave me alone, but I could still see how everyone looked at me, treated me like a villain even if I hadn't done anything. I think I get it." Izuku admitted. "Not that people ever were scared of me, but I get what it's like for people to make assumptions about me, to think that I'm not worth as much as everyone else. I sometimes still think that about myself, if I'm honest." Izuku thought about Bakugo used to treat him, how he was bullied and belittled no matter what. And yet, for most of his life, no one had any problem with him, how he acted, or how he treated others. Izuku hadn't even thought that how Bakugo, and so many other people treated him, was wrong. It was just something that he had come to accept. He had convinced himself that there was something wrong with himself, that perhaps there was some justification for being treated the way he was. It was only after getting some space from his childhood friend and looking at Bakugo's behavior from a more outside perspective that he was able to really understand how rotten of a person Bakugo was. There had in fact been something wrong with Izuku, but it wasn't that he was quirkless. It was that he had seen Bakugo as a hero, the same way everyone else did, despite practically everything he did literally screaming how it was obvious that he was better fit to be a villain. But Bakugo had simply been one example of how messed up their thinking was. Despite how destructive Aizawa's actions as a teacher were, he was accepted and allowed to continue to influence and have power over students. Despite Mineta's perverse attitude and SXL harassment, it was deemed as not something worth getting upset over. How many other people like that existed in this society? How many simply accepted them, simply because they were put under the label heroic? How many people were hurt because they were put under the label villainous or weak? There was so much that Izuku had come to accept only to realize how wrong it was. He pointed down towards the street. "Have you seen those protesters at the market? The ones protesting the UN soldiers? I can understand how they're angry about the soldiers being there, but the thing is, I also didn't see any of them at the police recruiter's booth either. They're not doing anything about the reason why the soldiers have to be here. A few months ago, people were angry at the heroes for what happened at Jaku and what the UN found out about the HPSC, but then, they got angry at the heroes that quit. The way that people are thinking, getting angry about heroes not being there to protect them, but not being willing to do anything to help anyone else, that's just wrong." Ippan curled up more, remembering all of the people that had ignored her when she was begging for help, only being saved at the last minute by this high school student. And the way that everyone seems to think about certain people, like heteromorphs like you or quirkless like me, that us getting hurt or looked down on is alright. There is just something wrong with the way we all think. There's been something wrong before the HPSC fell. Having the heroes back wouldn't fix that. I think that we need to change a lot more than just having people who make us feel safe." Her face still in her knees, Ippan turned her eyes towards Izuku. "What do you think we should do then?" Izuku sighed. "I don't know. It's something that we're going to have to figure out." But Izuku took out a small rabbit sculpture made by one of the merchants at Korisk. The sculptor made his work out of shredded pieces of green soda cans. It had quite literally been made from trash, but Izuku had found the trinket to be so fascinating and cool, the detail that the man had put into his work, not to mention the ideas behind it, that a man had found a way to take something that would have otherwise just become another piece of leader, and because of the new law, and with a little time and effort, had managed to turn it into a piece of art. Even if things aren't good now, maybe things can get better than they were before. I know that it's hard for us to accept, but I feel like everything that's been going on is making us take an honest look at ourselves. Izuku handed Ipan the sculpture, an offering to try to cheer her up. I think that it's going to be really hard for a while. We've been hurt badly by what's happened, and it feels like the whole world thinks we're terrible people for letting things get so bad. But, well, now that we know how badly we messed up, maybe it'll make us all work harder not to make the same mistakes. Ipan took the sculpture, and despite everything that had happened to her, and the tears still in her eyes, she managed a small smile.